This is a personal massager.
Radio signal from another world. Sir?
This man is not a hero, he's a criminal. Shut up!
Hello, sirs and madams. It's your buddy Admiral Teague. It's good to see you out there. How's everybody doing? Welcome to Saving Star Trek Enterprise. We've got a good episode of Star Trek tonight. Unlike when we're on Thursday nights when we do non-Star Trek from creator Alex Kurtzman is the only way to put it. But before we get going, as you can see, we have the Mirror Universe Enterprise logo going, which means we have a few mirror tricks up our sleeve, and we're going to actually start by crossing the streams a little bit. But first, let me welcome Germ and JT. Welcome aboard, guys.
Good evening,
Good to be
sir.
here.
It's good to see all the people out there as well. And welcome aboard, gentlemen. Outside, we have with us Jamie Lynn Simmons. Hello, Jamie Lynn. We also have James Caserta. Hey, it's been a moment. Hello, James. Good to see you. Mr. House Party 6, who I watched the first watch through of this episode with. I watched this one 3 times today because I was just trying to get all the Star Trek washing around in there. This was it's a tapestry. We'll decide whether it's good or bad, going forward.
It is
No
not
spoilers.
Tapestry, to be fair.
It is not the episode tapestry, but it is a tapestry of previous Star Trek. Hello to the Real Head Case. Hello to Radioactive. And hello to... Did I get everybody? Michelle Fairy Tales. Did I say hello to you? Hello, Michelle. It's great to see you. RRTNZ. Well, she says hi to us. And I guess he's saying he's going to be back. And Gavin was here first. Welshie and Gavin were here first. It's good to see all of you. And you know what? Hello. You guys are amazing. How are you? You're doing a fantastic job. And it looks like the Bumble stream should be going down, and it is. Okay, cool. So we're all over the place across the 7 realms. We didn't go on to YouTube, onto X, because you're gonna have to make a believer out of me in doing that one. Does anyone think Chrissy Mayer has a special deal for that one?
Oh, probably
8,000 people watching her.
Yeah,
Now that I can
those
see
numbers,
retention
I think anyone who scrolls past the video gets counted as
You
a
gotta
viewer.
look.
And
Yeah,
it's a
I've now
cumulative
found
number.
they're giving you a creator studio with a much more detailed thing with tune-out time and stuff. So it's not a whole hell of a lot better than what we thought, but it's a little more real than I imagined. So that it's got that going for it. And if you're here for the first time, welcome. We have a lot of people joining the channel, up to 3,200 people. We're so glad that you decided to give my show a chance. And I have the greatest crew. Sean is down with Dr. Bashir tonight, not feeling so great after a day of working on the ship's replicators. And we wish him the best. Hopefully he's relaxing, feeling good. Hello to everyone out there. We think you guys are doing a tremendous job of helping us have fantastic numbers. And if you're coming through later, we greet you as well. Your likes count too. 61 likes on our last show? Really, sirs and madams? I can't thank you enough. It was what a pleasure and what a privilege that you would be so generous to us. We had an amazing, successful upload. I don't think there's been a Saving Star Trek episode. There's been one for NuTrek, but there hasn't been one for this show. The last Trekalite did is up to about 600 views, and it's doing dozens of views every hour. It's quite frankly doing insane. I don't know why it's so viral. I can only imagine. We didn't realize. I can only imagine. I honestly think this is the cause celeb of people like Nerdrotic and Az. Tim Russ may be solely responsible for the people talking about this show at all, and he's not even on it. But what I'm saying is that uproar he started with his comments about the controversial events here in the United States were got the attention of Az and got Nerdrotic talking about Star Trek a lot, and Disparu was always out there. But with 300,000 subs and a lot of virility, Disparu wasn't mainstreaming Star Trek. You know what I mean? He had it out there, but he wasn't mainstreaming it to people, but he was broadcasting quite strongly. But anyone think that maybe Tim Russ might have just stirred the pot too hard? And, he, along with other defenders of NuTrek, which is, we're going to be talking about the defenders of the heresy of NuTrek, modern Star Trek. We're not fans. JT, take it from here.
Yeah. So I was just checking to make sure Tim Russ hadn't blocked me, because he's been so deboosted on my X. I haven't seen him anymore. So there may be something to that with all his wildness. But anyway, folks, there was something that I just wanted to get air out the laundry a little bit here, as it were, before we get started. I don't spend all day on the socials, but I did see something from some copards, whatever you want to call them, out on paid for media is about what I'd call them, or just people without taste. I cover the whole gambit, that would say that this past week's episode of Starfleet Remedial High School was the best one out there, the best Star Trek in years. And it was a nod and an homage, and on the same level as Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. Because the Vulcans said the thing, similar circumstances, they kind of assume that the plots were like poetry, like they rhymed. They weren't the same, but they were stylistically designed to be that way. Yeah, I know, Admiral, you're already holding your head in pain. I looked at this shit and I was just like, maybe they have a point. Let me go and look. Rather than just get angry, let me go and look. So, I rewatched
The Wrath of Khan. Frustrated Jets fan.
Yes. It's that level of cope that me as a Lions fan and you as a Jets fan are like, no, we're not doing this. So their
no
whole
better
argument,
preparation for
their whole argument
funded.
was, you can't be this hard on Captain Ake with her negligently, her extreme negligence resulting.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Radioactive Actual. Hey, thank you. Did you see the latest from Kate Mulgrew, aka Wrong Way Janeway, disparaging fans for not liking Kurtzman's Hogwarts Academy? I think that'll come in at the end of what JT's saying, but as we leave the super chat up while we discuss this, I will just again leave it to JT, and then if he doesn't hit on this, I will. And if he does hit on this, I'll give my take on the end. But this is valid. This was out there today and a little bit upsetting. Although she herself, I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe money talks. Go ahead, JT.
Sure. So so there were claims that Captain Ake was not so bad, that Captain Kirk lost a bunch of cadets in the Wrath of Khan, and nobody ever claimed that he was negligent or that he was a bad captain. So how dare you come after Captain Ake? You must be sexist and istophobic and all the rest. And so I had to go back and just, keep an open mind. I'd already seen this abomination of TV. Let me go back and watch the Wrath of Khan, as I want to do monthly. Okay. So I did. And I noticed something. One, this ship, the Enterprise refit, was just coming out of Stardock, and it was headed up by a real captain, Captain Spock. And unlike the TV episode, it had a real crew. All those day laborer extras that you don't actually see in any other episode after the first one in SFA. Yeah, there was tons of veteran crew around. In the way that this whole ship launching was talked about was they're staffing this ship up with a new crew, and we need to teach them, but it's time to pass the torch. Whereas Starfleet Academy is right around midterms of the first semester of first-year cadets. The people that you're thinking of as trainees in the Wrath of Khan are referred to as midshipmen first class. Now, I'm not a Navy brat. I'm not a veteran of any Navy, U.S. or otherwise. Not my branch of service. They do a lot of important work around the world to keep us all safe, and thank you for your service. Okay. I looked up what a midshipman was, and the role has definitely changed over the 16th and 17th centuries. But a midshipman first class, in this sense, for this era of Starfleet, because the position does go away later, meant that they were Academy either very senior, like seniors, in Starfleet Academy, or recent graduates of the Academy, and they needed to be trained up on how to actually perform their roles on a starship in their initial duty stations. Which would make sense, right? You're training half of a new crew on this ship with several veterans to replenish the ranks. Okay, so these weren't first-year cadets. They didn't have Admiral Kirk and Captain Spock gambling on how fast somebody would solve a menial task of restoring life support.
We notably have a bunch of middle-aged dudes speckled through even the midshipmen.
Yeah,
we notably have a bunch of middle-aged people. I don't know, if it was they couldn't get enough actors and it just worked out that way, but it doesn't hurt the narrative of the way we were presented it. If I'm not correct, JT, was that this ship is getting not another overhaul like Star Trek: The Motion Picture, but it's getting whatever. The computer core is going to get upgraded. The warp core is going to get streamlined. We're going to strip out some, built up trilithium resin, stuff like that. Baryon sweep, some new curb feelers, some new spinning hubcaps, the whole deal. And the ship is because it's out of commission for a year, not totally, but partially recrewed. Some people want to get right back into space and continue their careers. And so marbled through the crew. Maybe they lost 2/3 of their guys, but it was these guys were going to space no matter what anyway. They were done in the Academy.
Exactly. So
hello, Lombardi, by the way.
I wanted to put this to fucking bed right away. This had nothing to do. Sorry, Admiral.
It's my fault. I'm just trying to shout out some of our members. One of my main things I have to do is restrain myself from remember to say hello to people in kind. I'm working on it. I'm trying to be as gentle, but I get excited when people are here. It's Star Trek time, but
me too.
Right. I would say,
yeah.
Go on if you have more points to make.
Just going to wrap up another 10 seconds to say, so that comparison completely debunked. The Genesis device is in no way similar to a sonic weapon in a vacuum of space. Get effed. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, fake Vulculin quoting the line from Spock. Get effed. Let's see what else. I love that Vulculin's made it in there. Yeah. I was going to say John Mellencamp. I know that's not our main nemesis's name.
A news Braca.
Yeah, news
Fake
Braca.
news Braca.
Fake, yeah, exactly.
I'm choosing to call him fake news Braca because his name is designed. Everything Alex Kurtzman does is sort of aimed at keeping us from being able to criticize him. So it's the name for a fancy kind of slip knot in a rope that would be used to delete oneself is the guy's first name. So they throw that in there as a first name, not only because they're edgy, but because it makes it so easy to fuck up talking about it and get in trouble. And of course, their people are corporate media and they know this ahead of time. And like, they are like, as Jerome could tell you, as my green friend could tell you, my beret is green for going through the TOS on a monthly basis. Do I not?
You do indeed, sir.
Okay. So sorry.
Also, the final thing, this fake news Braca, he is not Khan. And if you think he is even worthy to stand in the shadow of Khan Noonien Singh,
he's a terrible Khan.
Yeah.
He's an okay John Harrison or John Harriman, whatever that character that Khan was before they reveal that he's Khan, the Benedict Cumberbatch Khan is.
So these stands, they go far and wide and hard to try to make you seem like an idiot, like as Clobby would say, or an istophobe, not istophobos. Hail if you're out there. As some kind of bigot, name this and that is, and you're not. You're not. They just are trying to make you, by talking quickly and making statements, think that there's something wrong with you for liking real Star Trek. And that ties kind of into Admiral what Radioactive was bringing up with Kate Mulgrew, is it not? With all the X statements out there that we've been seeing this week.
Kate Mulgrew had a meltdown. Kate Mulgrew is like 74 years old. Kate Mulgrew's grandkids might not have called her up to explain to her what's going on X. Kate Mulgrew probably knows Holly Hunter for a really long time. Kate Mulgrew and Holly Hunter are considered about equal level on their ability to deliver in like roles. One is certainly the small screen version of the other. There's some interplay there. Both of them could be called knockoffs of Katharine Hepburn with the affectated voice and delivery. Both of them have affectated voice and delivery. Even young, there was a certain kind of lisp that Holly Hunter has. And I mean, I've said it enough times. She was beautiful young. Grandma, calm down. The idea that she still smokes with all these problems, if that information is accurate, is crazy. The fact that she was so irresponsible in Hollywood is to be able to lose her ability to speak and deliver. And that just right there is her like excuse, her reason, and her justification for being part of this nonsense that we with Starfleet Academy. It's really, really bad. And with Paul Giamatti, I mean, what do you think? He pissed someone off? Like, did he get sent halfway to Me Too Island and this is his makeup thing? He has to do the wokest show ever. Your cadets are going to be turned into teen chicken tenders. Chomp, 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 chomp. Oh,
I wonder if they're origami chicken tenders. Can you make an origami chicken tender?
What did he say? Oh, your interlocking timelines come crashing down together like an origami chicken. It's crazy.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Hey, we have an incoming super chat from my good friend Radioactive Actual. Interesting interpretation of Chaka Khan. Ooh,
Chaka Khan.
For you. I remember when Chaka Khan came on. I was so young, but I remember like when I was a kid, like people did bad things much younger, and when I was in like I don't know, like early high school or very, 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 very late grammar school, we like jumped over the fence into Aqueduct, which is the racetrack around here, and we were running around like avoiding the NYRA security who were firing shotguns with salt pellets in them to try to like knock people down. There's like $1 million racehorses there, so it's like there is like actual security, and just like that's the age I'm at. And I remember I had done enough drugs to when I had gone home, not like that night, but like had enough like weird experiences, like with my friends and running around Queens and being nuts. That when I saw, by the time I was in maybe ninth grade, Chaka Khan perform "I Feel for You" on Letterman, song, and she was okay, and then she came off, and there was like, as she's talking to Dave's looking like progressively uncomfortable, and that's when I noticed she's not making sense. She's sounding like Captain Aki, and she seemed to have like cigarette butts and gum in her hair. And Dave was like, "We'll be right back." And when they came back, like no Chaka Khan. I think she was like maybe on angel dust.
Okay, fair enough.
Who would have figured that we found out that James Brown liked to smoke a lot of angel dust, and so did Sammy Davis Jr. Who would have figured that? That's some crazy shit.
Yeah.
Like
well, you know, it was some
that one-time
craziness.
experience was enough to cure me for life. By the way, that bad thing. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Yeah. Drugs are bad. But the craziness we had was this week's episode of actual Star Trek Enterprise, because it was so tonally different. So tonally different. I had to almost wonder if I was watching the same genre.
Did you like how I changed the tone there?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But the IP, I'm like, this doesn't even feel like the same IP, but is it even the same genre? It just, one of them feels like they hate you, and the other one is a real story.
And then within this other IP, within this IP, the other license holders, as we now talk about Enterprise, we're done talking to the people who would justify that. And let's Germ. Wait, hold on. Let me turn the negative energy back on. Germ, do you have anything to say about like what we had to witness and people defending it as good, real, or valid?
Well, it's just goes to show you some people are just retarded. You can't do anything about it.
Very controversial, sir. Perhaps not. All right, Admiral.
Now I'm going to go as far as to say is I think it almost induced vomiting for our friend Jer.
No almost about it.
All right, you guys, now we turn the light back on. All right, like this week on Enterprise, the real Star Trek show that we cover. And thank you for bearing with our grievances. We will be covering the next episode of Enterprise on Thursday. Oh, we can't wait to see how they maintain the free fall. It seems like last week we got part one of a three-parter. We're going to be releasing a members-only video this week about last week. It's a good video. It was made for popular consumption. It was just it was like 1 minute too late, and there was just really no point. So I'll release it for you guys, and there'll be another video this week, and there'll be some stylistic differences. But this week on NuTrek, God, but With this episode of Enterprise, we're presented with one of the most different and adventurous episodes that they do.
Yeah,
I sound like a real film critic there.
Admiral, I just wanted to respond real quick to Reverend Benfried X-Wielder. Yeah,
he says to you,
yeah, I remember not liking half the stuff I saw on Enterprise, but I got my buddy to watch Star Trek, and he hated Star Trek. So, we aren't the biggest fans of everything that we've done on Enterprise, seen on Enterprise here. But what we have kind of gotten an appreciation for is the show 20 years on. And I think we've viewed it in a different light. And we actually, I think, liked more today than when it originally came out, which actually is a pleasant surprise, right? To know that you like a show more than you did 20 years ago.
I couldn't stay with it through the 9/11 analogy last time, and this time I realized it was a lot lighter than I thought, although I still view that the fact that it ends their show means that it kind of spells the end of their show, means that it was a mistake no matter how we want to spin it.
Yeah.
But it's a good storyline. It was a good storyline. With Enterprise, it was so close to working out. And if it works out one more season, maybe it gets to a movie. It's a pretty fucking good show, honestly. And in this one, they get highly adventurous, but it was every single fucking mistake kills this show. And even though some of us like it, if we love Star Trek, one of the things we have to say is, God damn it, the theme song decision was not taken seriously enough, because clearly what happened was it just backfired. And now this season, that even the people who like the theme song won't defend this version of it. I mean, sirs, is this not a terrible version of Faith of the Heart?
There's no real good version of Faith of the Heart.
Yeah, there's a low ceiling, so it's kind of like a Hobbit house ceiling. You're never going to hit super high on that. It's better than We're Going to San Francisco's remix that we heard a few weeks ago. So in terms of
or
musical
Sexy
things,
UFO by Olivia Dean.
yeah. I've heard my fair share of really bad covers. Like House MD, one of the best shows I've ever seen out on TV, with Hugh Laurie.
Right.
Has some pretty bad remixes of music in there.
Yeah, it does.
And the show survives just fine. So, but who knew that talking about this show, people have spent so much time on the anthem.
I looked at a picture of Olivia Dean, and she's exactly the kind of person that Alex Kurtzman would like typecast into this role. She's exactly the kind of person who gets a phone call saying we need more black people, like Tawny Newsome did. And Kurtzman was not even ironically embarrassed by that. I would be like, I would point out that Alex Kurtzman calling up Tawny Newsome and saying, I need more black people, is akin to saying, there was an owner in baseball years ago called Marge Schott. She owned the Cincinnati Reds, and everyone's already wincing. They're like, oh no, Admiral's off the chain.
Off on baseball now. Yeah.
But this owner was like a Yahtzee weirdo. We don't know if she was actually believing this stuff or she was the most inappropriate person in the world, because as far as the intelligence level goes, like, it was impossible to get a read on it. Like, the owner's wife dies. He marries his girlfriend, who's a nut job. He dies. And then the girlfriend ends up with the team. Something crazy like that. Or she was married to the husband and he drops dead. Her husband dropped dead at his mistress's house. And that's how she ends up owner. So she's one of the most ill-suited people to own a baseball team. She's an aged-out trophy wife with a collapsed brain, and she goes out there and does inappropriate and crazy things. At the same time, she pours a ton of money into the team. The business network he built of like car dealerships is like making her a fortune. So she can't self-destruct that. She just lets that run itself. And people are like, "Don't worry, ma'am. We'll have enough new Buicks. People can't buy enough." And for like 20 years, she didn't raise prices or anything like that. But you know what? It was just equally as toxic. It's like, okay, so the few people who can get to your stadium are getting like hot dogs priced like they were 15 years ago, and they can get loaded on $11. One, that's not the greatest idea in the world. And two, like, it's not worth having the Yahtzee owner. And like, if you enjoy this weird version of Star Trek's like 1993 Cincinnati Reds, like, and the nicest guy in the field is Lenny Dykstra. I mean, fucking come on. But what we have with this episode, with the NuTrek approach to all of this, is that they own Star Trek. They're blatantly inappropriate. They don't know what they're doing. And with the last episode, it was just they think that they can throw two Academy Award winners in front of us and have them cavort around in a semicircle and have things work. But on this show, they try to be really adventurous and different. And in Enterprise, we go for a different kind of sci-fi in this one. It's a really weird and different kind of sci-fi. I put down some of the episodes that are flowing around in here, and I even have to add one more in there, which would be these are the episodes that I see in this one. Okay, so The Cage / The Menagerie, Errand of Mercy, Return to Tomorrow, and Patterns of Force are definitely going on in this episode, in my opinion. Those are just the TOS episodes. From the TNG, We have Who Watches the Watchers, Schizoid Man, Pen Pals, and the entire piece of garbage movie Indigestion.
I don't know if I saw any of that of those shows in this, but it is definitely a familiar Trek story told with a twist.
I think you're seeing more of this is actually real sci-fi. No real connection to an episode, but more the real sci-fi themes that we don't get all the time.
Let's put your comments.
What I really enjoyed is, last week we had a similar thing where we went from seasons-long story arcs to small stories again. And this is the second week in season 4 where we tell another small story. And I think what you see here is the crew, or the cast rather, is perfectly willing and able to tell these small stories the way that the TNG cast would do. And I think that this show really shines even when it's too late for them to be able to save it, right?
It's such a shame. It's such a shame that they're playing Nearer My God for Thee as this is getting written.
Yes.
I guess these guys were saying we're going to have futures as writers. Right now we have control of Star Trek. Okay, it's a little zombie-like, but if we don't act like dicks, you know what? We can preserve a lot of what's left and maybe get this going. One day it'll be back, and you know what? We'll have a future. Maybe we'll write the X-Files. That had to be going through their minds. And guys, my friend Roman of the Empire, who is here, his channel is great. I was over there with them the other day. They're great reviewers. They do more of the Star Wars side of stuff and more traditional pop culture than we cover on this show. But welcome to the chat, Roman of the Empire. My microphone's all jerked up. I hate when that happens.
One of the things while you're taking a look at that I really did like, and it's not a member berry, but it's a remembrance of Trek of past done right. In the opening of Act 1 here, you have Lieutenant Reed and Ensign Prideweather playing chess, and you don't immediately know that it's not them, that it is two alien observers cohabitating their body.
They're a few sentences into their exchange before you realize that something is absolutely off, because Prideweather is just like, chess is so predictable. There are only so many outcomes. And you're like, okay, I understand that much is like Prideweather-ish. And then like there's some rejoinder from Reed, and he's like, only 10 to the 120. Reed replies like only 10 to the 123rd power possible outcomes. And Prideweather goes, exactly. It's so predictable. And then this is like when you start wondering, and I think they do a wonderful job with bringing it home where Reed goes, their lifespans are only about 100 years. How do they have time to, even wait? I suppose
all the combinations.
Prideweather's like, they need to keep it really simple. It's like, it was almost like these creatures' versions of like, sir, we need to call Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy.
But they're playing chess, and what do we know?
Not
that
3D
chess is not 3D yet. But we're getting a remembrance from the original series because they played chess there. Then we also get it from TNG, where Data would play chess. And then we get it from Voyager, where Hairless Kim plays Lieutenant Tupac in the was it Calto?
The nicknames just get meaner for Mr. Tuvok.
Yeah.
By the way, since they're playing chess, like, let's not forget the great Murray Head, right? One night in Bangkok, at the world's your oyster. Sorry, yeah, be from a certain age. I don't know if you get that. I don't know if you get
that song is not familiar to me, but
it's a pop song from the early '80s by this guy Murray Head, and it was from this weird play called Chess that, for some reason, becomes a sensation. And you're like, why? Why is there a play about chess, and why is it big?
I'm not familiar, but The thing is, this is not a member berry, because all they're doing is what they've always done. Is when you have some leisure, you're going to sit in the set, which is a real set, by the way. It's not the same room recycled 15 times. They built this room for, the mess hall. This was an actual set, and they filmed it many times here. This is their R&R area, similar to 10 Forward, and they're playing a game. This is Star Trek. You know it. It's beautiful in the way that they introduce this. They didn't have to spend a ton of money on CGI or an action fighting scene or a bunch of crying in a hallway or any of this. It was just the two actors sitting here delivering the lines. And I'm sure they did it in more than one take, especially with Pride Weather here. This is the most we ever heard him speak, isn't it? Since Horizons.
I do believe so.
Is that correct? I think it is.
It's about the most we let him do after he crashes and burns in Horizon. There's a couple of redemptive moments, but even when they let him go even a moment too long, he starts fucking up right away. Like, he can't maintain 3 sentences. That's about the limit. Like, yes, sir. Steady as you go, sir. Like, you can do that now without pulling you out of the episode. That didn't happen. Season 2, when they try to lean into Pride Weather, whoa.
True. So, I don't know if this is fully Act 1 or like Act opening, whatever, but I'm already entertained. I'm already hooked. They did a fantastic job, because what they say, another line, I wonder how the humans will react to what they find on the planet's surface. And then the other one, whoever's inhabiting Reed, talks about how, someone always dies during this. And sometimes they even lose the entire crew. So I'm thinking, what are they going to find down there? Is this some like Delta radiation? Is it some kind of a Gorn species? What are we getting here? Is it alien? Did they finally find the planet that, the ship in Alien crashes into? Or Alien versus Predator, or whatever that was, from the Ridley Scott reboots of his own property. You know what I'm talking about? The Crescent ship out of Prometheus. Maybe have they found that planet?
Was that one called Alien versus Common Sense?
We haven't seen that one yet.
With Alien.
We haven't seen that one yet.
We have seen that one. It was called Prometheus.
Prometheus was really spiteful of anybody who put like 1 second into thinking about it. It was more entertaining than it was good. I mean, we'll give it a couple of points for here and there being entertaining, but like you could tell, you could tell that there was a high chance that AI was used as you watch these scenes where it's like, wow, this is a mashup of all Alien movies, not just the good ones. But yeah, we have them playing chess, and they're pondering things that are beyond Reed and Mayweather.
Pride Weathers, yeah, beyond
they're
their
wondering about other people. They've already read some people's minds, and we're realizing that they are different. They are not human, and we step away for our opening segment. And I guess I don't know when they say it or how they roll it out, but we've seen this species before. We've seen them in TOS. These are TOS aliens. This is not going to go horrible like it always does with Star Trek. It's not going to go horrible like it always does with Star Trek NuTrek. This is going to be all right. This is not going to go badly for the Organians. They're going to be treated respectfully in a fairly decent episode of NuTrek. JT, what did you think of the in a really good episode of Enterprise? I apologize, everybody, for misspeaking. We're going to see the Organians get what I think is some pretty good treatment here in an episode of Star Trek Enterprise, and I'll throw it to you guys to tell me what are your feelings about it. What do you think of these Organians?
So when I first saw this episode of Enterprise, I think it had probably been at least 10 years since I've seen Errand to Mercy, because I didn't have a DVD collection of the original series. So I was probably 18 or 19 when this came out. So what, that puts me at 9 or 10 years old when I saw the one time it played on TV. I had no idea it was going to be Organians. I was generally in mystery the first time I ever saw this. Did you make that connection immediately that that's who they had stumbled upon? Either Germ or Teague?
I don't think anyone actually did. It's only mentioned offhand in one part of the episode, and they were good about keeping that out of the trailer.
It took me till the third watching today, and then I watched Errand to Mercy to get context.
Yeah. So I liked that they were so downplayed and subtle. And their dialogue is just well written enough to where I think you get their personality, but I don't think you get anything else. And that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it could be any species except for the fact that they do a name drop, which is okay. There's no real connection, so they're not breaking anything that they did in TOS. We're just getting a deeper look at them.
Yeah, they're not terrible non-Organians. I think what the thing here was, they're not terrible non-Organians. They have some compassion for Starfleet after a certain point, but they also were very compassionate in Errand to Mercy. And if anything, I don't feel it subverts Kirk at all, because when I watched the original episode, Kirk's behavior is actually a little bit off the chain.
I don't think it ruins any type of I don't think it ruins any type of canon. Organians are non-corporeal beings, so they just inhabited the crew in this episode.
Yeah, and there's no real reason for them to care overly. They don't have any real personal connection. It's just their general compassion, which was pretty much what they had in TOS. They didn't particularly care about humans and Klingons. It's just they wanted peace. So they don't really break anything there. They have pretty much everything in line.
They find creatures such as ourselves repulsive. They don't like us, but they don't hate us. Like, they find violence completely unacceptable and repulsive. But that seems to be something that this episode starts them thinking about. The one question we get about the Organians, and it's weird with Enterprise because, like, any good story, like characters and like different species, they should arc a little. The arc for the Organians here is they start to in a moment that we can only imagine, they mind wipe from Archer, because they're going around. This is the new trait they get, guys. They can body jack people now, but then they go around mind wiping some people and body jacking them. But while they're there, they feel their emotions, and that's their new trait. And what Archer suggests to them is that as they body jack people, like, maybe you should like body jack me right now and feel the compassion and the pain that I'm feeling for my lost comrades, because you tell me you're beings of pure energy. All right, that's cool. We just met these low energy beings and we hated them, over on Jeb 3. But you guys, maybe try to understand. If you want to understand it, embrace it fully. And they sort of take up the challenge on it. And I guess I wouldn't call it good cop, bad cop, but that's basically what it breaks down to. We have like one alien is a little more pro-human than the other.
I find it very, one of the things for this whole episode that I found is an interesting science fiction idea is the scientist as an observer and trying to have no moral or ethical reservations about the experiment. And kind of this is a classic Trek maneuver where it invites the audience to consider the ethics and morality in science. And when you do experiments, when you perform experiments on living creatures, what do you need to actually consider as the observer, and what is your role in it? If there is something that you have a capacity to help during the experiment, do you have a duty at the end of the experiment to help or not? Do you subject the living creatures in your experiment to pain and suffering? Is that really the appropriate action to take? And at the end of the episode, the Organians make a choice. Now, do we see if that goes back then to their society, and do they change their ways of how they observe these other creatures that are on a so-called lower plane of existence? Perhaps. I think it explains maybe a little bit how they exist and how they act in Errand of Mercy when we see them next.
They say they've never encountered humans before, and that they find the most interesting of all, at least the one who's pro-human does. These are like very different, very much more interesting than anyone else. The one thing I would point out, they were also somewhat moderately positively impressed by the Klingons too. Like the Klingons must have, due to the way they feel about both species and the way they act in Errand of Mercy, they were somewhat impressed with the Klingons too. Like the Klingons, I guess they're like, their sense of honor is impressive. I could see why the Klingons would come out of it well. The one flaw would be when they jump into the Paul, they weren't like, this species is different, or like the last time when we encountered the Vulcans, they left the others behind without a thought. Like, no, they didn't remark on the fact that she was different. Whereas they did remark on having been, inside of Phlox's mind, two Phlox. Phlox and Archer get direct confrontations with them. No one else does. And I would just ask you guys, is it just me, or is this episode a lot more like a typical Twilight Zone than a typical Star Trek?
I think it's still Star Trek.
Yeah, this is more Star Trek than we're usually getting from Enterprise.
It's a little more. Is it maybe a little more Twilight Zone 2, though? This is a pretty weird concept. Well, I mean, the idea that we would have these beings of pure energy, and as if anyone's wondering, the Orgadians from Errand of Mercy they can take on human form. We see them pull it off in the episode. In this episode, it's just kind of changed a little bit. What they're able to do is they can body jack you. It's non-destructive and you don't remember it. It's like an absolutely, like, I don't know why you would like suddenly be on the bridge and not know that you have a memory gap. That's a small hole in the episode. But what we're doing here is
they explain that away. They can manipulate your memory in real time.
They say memories are easy to manipulate, but yeah. All right. So to that, and also in Errand of Mercy, Spock says that we are about on the same evolutionary scale to the Organians as the amoeba is to us. So the Organians pretty badass as far as that aspect of their personality goes, or their traits go. But I also saw Return to Tomorrow is in here, because the observer effect is much like in Return to Tomorrow, where beautiful young Dr. Crusher is beautiful young Dr. Pulaski is a red shirt. We have a bunch of aliens inhabiting the bodies of the primary stars and one red shirt from the original series, and they're the last like members of like a really powerful race, and they're going to give it one more try to build these perfect android bodies for themselves. And of course, the one guy who's a little bit too materialistic and a little bit too into the physical, like he doesn't want to go back. And that we did a long loop on androids and AI with the original crew with Dark Helmet and PDB. Long may you run, boys. But we did a long arc on androids and AI.
Gavin Blackburn, happy Valentine's Day to you.
Yes, happy Human Pun Far Day. And we're doing well with the and hello Cal-El. Good to see you too, sir. Headcase, did I say hello? It's good to see everybody. And Burnfried, of course, my old friend from even before YouTube when I would talk to him on X. Great guy. I love all you. It's great to see you here. And like here we stopped this frame because Hoshi's in it. It makes sense. I don't care that trip size are closed.
I also wanted to just say, look at this lighting. You don't need like 50 pounds of lens flare.
Could you imagine? Look at all those lights. Yeah.
In a green screen immediately behind them in the chair, right? This is perfect.
She looks beautiful right there.
Well,
they would never let their actress look beautiful like this. They're doing everything they can to accentuate the fact that she's an extremely pretty girl. Guys, this seems like weird or out of touch to you. It's the fact that we just watched Strange New Worlds where all women, including pretty ones, are made to look as bad as possible. And it's right there in front of us. And it's rough. It's rough to deal with. And it's a poor referendum on just life. Alex Kurtzman's taste in women is strange. He likes we call one of them Man Hathaway because she's such a plank of wood, and also like she has no figure whatsoever. She's all face, but she has the world's most annoying voice. She would get like nailed as playing the dork or as the playing the bitch in like a real teen show. This young adult show has like the rejects from a real young adult show. We have our hero would be a bad guy in a real young adult show, is my opinion. He would be like prime villain in a real young adult show. Our nerd is like too nerdy to even be relatable to nerds. Like Dustin Diamond is Fonzie compared to Sam the Hologram. But Hoshi and Trip are returning from 2 weeks on this planet where they found the remains of not just a away team mission, but possibly a small-time Klingon colony attempt. We don't know what it was. They had a couple of structures down there. Maybe they were refueling fixing their ships. Who knows what it is? But they have there's something going on the surface of this planet. I don't think we ever get the name.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Well, she's here. How's our pal, the J-Man? This episode took a while for me to get into, but it picks up speed in Act 2, and Archer's speech at the end was moving. Save the finale, an A. I thought that this was very interesting and a very interesting approach to coming out our episode in a new way and presenting a different kind of an episode of Star Trek where they showed, in my opinion, some versatility here with this one. I'm feeling that this is a very versatile episode. You are funny and not like a clown. That was very pithy, my friend. These are real Organians. Here's Hoshi. Hello, dear. Here's Hoshi, looking great. But what happens is Trip disintegrates into a coughing fit, and Hoshi, who is always a little bit uncomfortable in space and always a little bit risk averse, she jumps up there and jumps into the controls, has no problem, guides the ship in, needs no technical help. And this fits with Hoshi's character. Every weakness she's had to confront, she's cross-trained. I forget if she's had a problem with the shuttle episode, but as we see the shuttle, it's the new shuttles with the extended wing formations. I think that was Trip's recommendation. Like, we're going to need some more hard points to mount weapons. But thank you, Welshi. Thank you. Thank you, RRTNZ, my friend. I appreciate it very much. What did you guys think of? What did you guys think of our opening introduction here of the? After we find out they're being watched and they're going to get sick, we see Trip and Hoshi are the ones in danger first. I thought it was a good choice because their characters, they're standout characters in the show, and I feel a closeness to both of them as a viewer.
And have they ever really interacted before season 4, just the two of them?
Some, but not a lot.
Yeah, I think this is the most we've ever seen them interact in a room scenario, right?
Yeah.
I think what's going on here is we have no trust in Prideweather. He had his comeback, but he only was able to extend his abilities just so much. We have full trust in Connor Trenier. He's great. They're loving him. We have trust in Bakula, of course. He was brought on. Guste trusted him. We have only just so much trust in Mr. Reed. Only just so much. We trust him, but we don't love trusting him. You know what I mean? We don't want to let a whole episode go on alone. He plays a few emotions better than others. He's good at petty. He's good at angry. He's good at nervous. And also he's good at intensity and fighting. So aside from that, he's not a mentoring character. He can only he's a hard-won friendship kind of guy. He had the hard-won friendship with Trip on the in Shuttle Pod 1, and Mayweather's just been everyone's buddy. So even though he's not the most well fleshed out character, at least in this episode, it seems like they spend a lot of time having Mayweather be the one who's. What happens is we body jack crew members, as I said before, guys. What happens is the aliens fully possess them and walk around in the guises of our crew members, and they don't know it. Now, whatever, it's a quantum leap. Their personalities are away in a safe place. It is absolutely a quantum leap, and they do continue their fascination with that show. However, it's not ham-fisted. It's not terrible. And also, there's enough Star Trek feeding into this that I'm not feeling uncomfortable or put off by it. They're not losing me. And the transition to what's going on, mystified, to I get what's going on, to, oh, wow, this is going in an interesting take, was happened fairly quickly and without a problem for me.
Admiral
wow, the
T,
sentence went off
incoming
again.
super chat.
Welshie. Also, Kate Mulgrew, 30 pieces of silver. We didn't really talk about Kate Mulgrew, but you know what? I think maybe. Do we talk about it? We're live streamers. What the hell? This is the Star Trek live stream. We'll mention it now. Kate Mulgrew. Is it money? I don't know what it is. She might be feministic, but I don't think she knows the kind of feminism she's signed into now. So far with her, the amount of vitriol is a real turnoff, but the volume and frequency, although she's been down with them for a while. She's an older woman in Hollywood getting paid money. We should appreciate that before we condemn her too much. But what she said was just a little bit defensive, and we already have had to forgive the war criminal Janeway. And I've given full credit here for Kate Mulgrew for saving that show from being a flop out of the gate when the first captain couldn't do it. Mm-hmm. And thank you, RRTNZ. But gentlemen, Mulgrew comments?
I think she's been in the tank for the Kurtzman Trek for years, and people just don't know that because no one watched Prodigy. It might even be their best Kurtzman Trek show, but no one knows that because no one watched Prodigy because it's a little kid show. And like you've said, Admiral, don't let Kurtzman near little kids when it comes to your TV shows, right?
I was ready to watch it because I was hearing things like Alex Kurtzman's almost not involved at all. And I was hearing things. And hello, Jamie Lynn. It's good to see you joining us.
No, I did know she was involved, right, with Kurtzman Trek for a long time. Did she really need to go out there and start blaming fans and calling them names and all this? No, that was a choice of hers.
Beyond getting money, because she just went to a soundstage. It's animated Prodigy.
Yeah.
And by the way, guys, here's what happens. Prodigy, we hear that it's okay and for kids. In season 1 does well and everyone's excited. Season 2, Kurtzman jumps right the fuck in there and he starts monkeying around with it. And like Paramount just no. And they find a way to put it down. Somehow they manage to put it down. The only way to put it when a NuTrek show ends, they put this this feral piece of garbage down and end it. And because Kurtzman was taking over. And there was a season already pre-made in the tank with on and off Kurtzman involvement, but he was walled off from being able to exercise any options. The creative team moved on. Too much time went by. The animating team moved on. The voice acting team moved on. There was no way to put it back together again. And at that point, CBS allows Kurtzman to resell it because they're we're not buying season 3 is what happened. So it's late and he's running around trying to sell it. Someone agreed to buy what he got together, and it's I don't know if season 3 is particularly good, but what happens is most people become aware of it when it starts airing on Netflix out of nowhere after it's done. And again, the Netflix deal with Star Trek Discovery was that they didn't touch Star Trek again after that. But this one was dead already and well dead by the time Netflix grabbed it as a finished off entity and just put it on there for content. And from what we understand, it was well received, but Alex Kurtzman was getting in there, started to monkey with it. And as I have said many times, Alex Kurtzman has some messages that you cannot have children around. And we just saw what happened with his young adult show. So really, what can we say?
Yeah, Universal was the primary behind Prodigy. Is made originally for Nickelodeon.
It cost a lot less.
Yeah. They backed off immediately once Kurtzman started smelling, oh, this is doing well. I got to put my stamp on it, and then Universal just, screw you, we're out.
Another story is at Universal, and it's Paramount is who you meant, but
no, Nickelodeon is Universal.
Okay, so he was able to secure the funding from Universal. We said, guys, he only owes the first look to CBS. There's all sorts of proof out there that he can resell the Star Trek, and that's why we think the current stuff is just so bad.
Yeah, Prodigy is the only example we have of outside involvement.
Beautiful ship. Sorry, Germ. It just
when I wanted, yeah. I put this on X, and everybody. This was like my biggest X post of the week of the 5 posts that I made, but this was my biggest X post of the week. Was that the one moment that I had emotion about the episode of Kurtzman Trek we saw, which was garbage, was when fake news Braca picked up the NX-01 and was gesticulating wildly with it and like move it like just like flipping his hands around, and it was nowhere nearly well made as the one Sean made for me. It's beautiful. Thank you, my friend, if you're listening. It was beautifully made. I have a beautifully made one. So I see this piece of garbage, and for those of you who don't know, like I've said this a few times, like sometimes for a show, I'll spend a few minutes looking at the model and just like putting myself into the world and really thinking about listening to some Star Trek music, and it could do wonders for calming you and focusing you. You'd never know by watching my show, but it can. And when Bruce Braca picked this up and started talking, I felt like Picard was like, "You never forget your first command," and it's like and all I could think of was, "Get your fucking grubby hands off my ship, you piece of shit! Get your hands off my fucking ship!" I felt a sense of ownership.
I laughed at it because I knew it was a model. I think it was like the Polar Lights model or something that they had, and they had spray painted it very haphazardly.
It wasn't well Aztec'd at all. The one Sean made was beautifully Aztec'd and looks great. That one was, they snapped together a Polar Lights model, and Noose Braca like waving around his hands, and it was like, it was so purposeless. Like, how a captain has like the models of their ship on the wall behind them. He goes over to that, rips one off the wall, and just starts like continues talking about how your cadets are going to be turned into teen chicken tenders, chop, 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 chop with the jaws, and why a Tellarite Klingon would know about chicken tenders. Did he get them in Federation jail?
He must have. He must have. That's the only way.
Back
on to Real Trek here.
Yeah,
there's some interesting storytelling in here that I think they flirt with going a bit too far in a few places. They do say, okay, these non-corporeal beings are talking about each step that the humans have gotten to, which does help narrate the story a little bit, which is good writing, but stylistically. But the way that they talk about some of these things, they tend to get themselves in a little bit of hot water. They'll say, well, in this percentage of cases, they don't let the shuttlecraft or the beaming come back onto the ship at all. Like the Klingons straight up just, deleted everyone that was infected. And then they said, okay, yeah, but the humans brought them on the ship. And they counter, well, wait a minute. They didn't really get back on the ship because they have a decon chamber. So they are still quarantined and isolated, just like the Cardassians. But then the Cardassians later deleted the crew members when they found out they were infected.
What's cool about this is we're able to mention the Cardassians in the show without having any canonical problems whatsoever.
It is, but
there was no problem whatsoever. Although we
they-
see a dead Cardassian in another episode, and they're like, "What is that species?"
They tiptoe real close, though. Like it's almost like the Jets want to score a touchdown to win the game, but they tiptoe on the 1 inch line and then fall completely sideways and lose. You know, that's how close they came to tampering with canon on that. So yeah, sometimes I'm like, be careful.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Jerm make the ruling. We're gonna bring the officials together. Jerm, you're the line judge on this one. Deep Space Nine. What do you think? Have they offended with this mention? I didn't think so.
No, it's fine. We don't get any interaction with them, with the Cardassians, which is the main part. And we do know the Cardassians were out there at the time. They were significantly less advanced, but there's no mention of how advanced they were. So,
and he could have been kidnapped by some other group of people.
Yeah,
the one we see a dead one at some point. I forget what episode. We go to a place where like there's been like a big fight and there's a lot of dead like aliens and stuff laying around. And, like, what the hell's that? And like there's a Cardassian there. A better looking Cardassian in death than the one we saw in. Have you ever heard the tale of Ilya Dax? I didn't think so. It's not a tale that Gene Roddenberry's people would tell you. Oh, anyway, I would quickly point out, guys, look how beautiful our ship looks here. It is very clear. There is no murk factor. It is not blurry. It is not hard to see.
They're not
The
thrown in the nebula.
It looks absolutely beautiful. There's nothing obstructing our view. And it's upgraded from the way it looked season 1. What is that? Some sort of like warp core, like vent booster, or some sort of like, is that the power coming out of the Cochrane Archer engine?
No. That's the shuttlecraft. That's Shuttlepod 1.
You're right.
That's Shuttlepod 1.
Yeah, okay, that's Shuttlepod 1 returning. Yeah, now that I see, I had to look at the other screen on. Yeah, guys, that's Shuttlepod 1 returning. Sorry, guys.
Oh, I saw that for a few seconds, and it took me a bit to try to place it.
Thank you for orienting us, because I was like, oh, look, they upgraded it a little more. But as we heard from the designer, it's P-51. I'm sorry, it's P-38 Lightning and a lot of 57 Chevy.
Oh, and hail to that 70s rock fan. Good evening, sir.
Buddy, it's good to see you. And to the Trek reviewer who is here. Hello, Trek reviewer. And Buddy has arrived. Buddy's good to see you here. And sir, good evening. You're doing a tremendous job, sir. How are you? It's good to see you, 70s Rocker. It's a friend of ours. It's good to see you. And 70s Rocker will love this. My buddy went to see went out to LA, and while he was there, he went out. He wanted to see just any old show. He was down to see some music, and he ended up seeing, of all people, and we talked about this guy when 70s was on my show, was that he saw Graham Bonet and of Rainbow fame. Do you know this band, guys?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Rainbow is a great band. Graham Bonet was one of their many, many singers. And at 77, he's returned to heavy metal, performing all the songs from the great, 3 albums that he's actually on, 1 Rainbow and 2 Alcatraz records. And he was like a show guy. He was a Broadway type, Piccadilly Circus type guy, Broadway type guy for their part of the world. And he just managed to have some real success. So that 70s rock fans link is in the chat. I think at least I got it in there. I tried. Did I succeed? Yes, I did. Guys, check him out on YouTube. And also RRTNZ. Well, let me get to that super chat. Thank you, my friend, sir. Says, ever hear the tragedy of Darth Tegus the Annoyed? He was a high admiral of the Federation, so angry with Kurtzman. They say he could destroy a NuTrek show by simply showing it to people. Yeah, you know what? They could really have used those 50,000 people that had a chance to watch NuTrek. Obviously, there was some repeat business, but we had so many NuTrek watch parties hit 2 to 4,000 people, and we did it like 60 times. That, you know what? Like, they needed every single person they could get to try to do something with that. And what did they do? When they needed their virility, Nerdrotic was the one who went in for the kill with the Spock action figure, but thousands and thousands of fans and YouTubers all across the world like fed into that. Yeah, he may be the greatest admiral and leader of that particular aspect of the fandom, along with Disparu right now. Disparu cranking out some great anti-NuTrek stuff. Just absolutely check it out. And check out our buddy, that 70s. He is good. That 70s rock fan, I am great. You are great. Men no longer need die in space, JT. All right. So back on the ship, sirs and madams, we have a very bad crisis with Trip and Hoshi getting sicker and sicker in the isolation bay, while Archer, appropriately, is quite worried. Dr. Phlox, early on, he's perplexed. He describes his symptoms. Look at Hoshi. This is the only time. It's so hard to catch her.
They find out though. That it was not caused by exposure to space bats, no Minox.
This was
interactions.
A silicon-based virus.
Yes,
which is something that we've talked about in Star Trek before. So we have to be very careful with the medical stuff. So all I can say is this: it can't be produced. It can't. What's that? Go ahead.
Silicon virus. This is the first time in all of Star Trek that a silicon virus is mentioned.
Okay. Now we have to be very careful with the medical stuff, but silicon-based life is what I meant.
Okay.
Like, for instance, I believe the Horta was silicon-based life, right?
Yes, but specifically a make-you-sick silicon life form was...
there you go.
Yeah. This is the first reference of it. The only other reference...
A microscopic malignant silicon-based life form. And the one thing I saw was silicone cannot reproduce inside an organic body, according to the best grokking I could do. But, whatever. Well, I love CO2, by the way.
And the only other reference to this was 500 years later in non-canonical P-Hard, where... Troy and Riker's child was infected with a rare silicon-based make-you-sick, and the only way they could cure it by finding a synthetic android's positronic brain.
Oh, and discard.
Yeah. So that's this, folks, is the episode that they try to rip it out from in that pathetic non-canonical P-Hard. Yeah. I just had to bring that up because I was like, wait, where else did I hear this? Did some research. That's the only other usage.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so Hoshi and Trip are being told here, like, yeah, you'll be fine. It'll be fine. Don't worry. We're gonna figure this one out.
Better. I'm not that sick. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Don't worry about it, Florida man. We'll get by without you.
And they say that even detecting what the make you sick is, it only happens in 37% of cases. So we're already
go with, what do you think, JT? Malignant microbe.
Malignant microbe.
Alliterated and it's fun. The malignant microbe.
Yeah.
Sorry, Resolute Germ. I know that there are good microbes as well.
No offense taken. I am not silicon based.
When Star Trek sends us its light forms, its microbes, it's not sending its best anymore. They're not sending Resolute Germ. They're not sending the Organians. And some, I assume, are harmless nanites. Okay, go ahead.
So, yeah, the fact that only 37% of species have even detected the malignant microbe, that, hey, humans are already passing. We've already received kind of a passing grade.
We're at 63%. We're getting close.
Yeah. So we're already at like a D-, a low D. but
You
there's
just need a
there's
little
more to
extra
do.
help.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's more to
And this
do
is
here.
this is notable mostly because this is by far Mr. Prideweather's greatest performance. He is sort of dehumanized. He is sort of removed. He's not really totally there. And he's like, his skill set of not being the greatest actor does not affect this role at all. The fact that his delivery is a little awkward and he's a little off kilter is just fine. And whoever's acting with him, he's usually paired with Mr. Reed. When he's acting with him, they have pretty good chemistry together, and Reed just picks right up on the affectation. And when these two characters are together, they have a particular. There are establishing characters to show us that the first body jump that we see. There are establishing characters. So when we go to Mayweather and Reed, this is the most primary authoritative view that these aliens are going to have. Am I correct in that one? It's kind of the way the episode does it.
Yeah.
And also,
you
this
bring
is
up
the
a good
best
point here.
performance.
You bring up
So
a
go
great
ahead.
point here, I think, Admiral, is that maybe what they mistakenly didn't realize after 3.5 seasons in here is that they should have made these two buddies in the show.
They do have a little more
have
chemistry than he does
yeah.
with Tripp, although Connor Trinier is so good that you'd be mistaken because it bled over to Mayweather. He saved Mayweather in a couple of those shore leave episodes.
Oh, sure.
Which is weird because the captain couldn't do it in Detained, but that was a heavier dramatic lift than, hey, buddy.
And they tried to do it with Tripp, remember? And these two those two didn't work out. The only two people whoever Prideweather seems to work out with is Reed. And so they could have had more stories together.
He has some chemistry with Sim. Better than he does with Tripp. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
So yeah, I think maybe they missed a chance here. I think they maybe really missed a chance, and we see it in this episode that they could have been buddy cops, kind of in some situations, or Reed could have taught him to be, a little bit more serious in his approach. The one thing that we have an issue with Prideweather is he always put in these roles where he has to be far too emotive, I feel like, and when he's cohabitated by the Organian, right, then he doesn't need to be so expressive, and they're supposed to be scientific observers. So he already has a lower ceiling for emoting, and then when you match him up with Reed, they just fit the same level.
And Reed is yes, and Reed's Organian host is much like Reed in the sense that he is a little more strident and a little more experienced than Prideweather. And Prideweather, as we call Mayweather, because we keep calling him Gayweather by mistake, we have to call him Prideweather or we'll lose the channel. Prideweather, who is whatever, in this role is the junior observer, and he has a little optimism and he has a little more proactive of stance on this. He's like, maybe we shouldn't just watch. Like, he's the one who's like, I guess somewhere in here is like, like they do terrible things to rabbits to test mascara. You know what I mean? It's like, maybe it's not worth it. Like he's questioning this, and it's being written off by the one inhabiting Reed as being just sort of like a neophyte, sort of new. Come on, newbie. I've been on this planet. I've been observing people come in contact with the virus on this planet for 900 years, or 800 years. So this guy's new at it. Whenever they do a hop in Archer and DePaul, when they hop to them, they do it by seniority and rank. But every other hop is the people by age. The more cynical one, actually, that's not true. The more cynical one inhabits Hoshi. It's very strange. There's no real logic to which person they jump into, but once they choose those from those three groups of people that they kind of jump in and out of, the one that they once they choose their hosts, the two Organians seem to always go back to the same two people. So like the emotional one would be Hoshi and Mayweather and to Paul. Whereas when we go to the more rational one, or the one who's more composed and cares less, it would be that one goes with Archer, Trip, and Reed. Do I have that right?
You got Hoshi and Trip backwards.
Sorry.
The emotional
more
one
cynical
jumps
one
into-
goes for Hoshi,
For
and the more
Hoshi.
emotional one goes to
because
sorry.
the emotional one jumps in first, because when Trip passes, that's the one Archer has the immediate contact with, and so that's where he goes.
Right, and they keep it consistent because it's confusing enough already. And by the way, this is TV for smart people that the new Star Trek people would never, ever, ever fucking attempt. But best ever acting for our pal, Mr. Prideweather.
Makes you think he would have made a good Vulcan.
They already
Perhaps
had their
from the
Vulcan,
southern
but
continent or the northern
It's the
continent.
northern continent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, humans have gotten past a lot of the problems that Vulcans apparently still have. The Vulcans in this show are kind of weird and petty. So it's like they let Mayweather into the front of the shuttle pod. The Vulcans, they might not do that. They are a little bit more backward than we are, so to speak, and not as socially progressive. It's the only way I can put it. So the humans are the most hopeful species that the Organians have ever encountered, which is kind of cool. And it's, by the way, in line with Gene's vision. Guys, thoughts on Gene's vision? And this is where I realized the cage and also parts of the menagerie are in this, which is obviously the same thing, 20% different. Go ahead.
Oh no, I liked this scene here where they have him interact with Hoshi and Trip in here, and they like talk to him normally, and then he just says something just a little bit off where they're like, what? But it's not enough for them to be like totally onto him either.
He presses it enough to annoy them, but they realize they're sick, and they're like, maybe we're the ones who have a problem. That's kind of how they're kind of playing it.
And this one, they shouldn't have had Trip be the one to shut the door on him. He should have quickly excused himself when he realized that they were catching on to something was wrong.
Yeah,
Trip just excuses their hand that he must be feeling worse than he thought.
My only thought here is, you ready? The Organians still reproduce even though they're pure energy. So this Organian is like 3,000 years old and really, really, really young for these creatures that are pure energy and live for tens of millions of years, or if not forever.
Could be.
So maybe like we got an 18-year-old Organian. You know, he is. We know that one of these Organians is getting on the job training from the other.
Oh, there's definitely a junior and a senior in this, for sure. One of the other things. They have a
beautiful relationship. Actually, it works great. It's fun to watch the Organians together, even no matter what hosts they're in. The consistency, the direction of this episode is really good. It was a really well directed episode.
One of the things when I heard the name Observer Effect, kind of comes in here where you start to say, okay, aren't these supposed to be neutral observers? No interaction at all, because you'll skew the results of your experiment. And the junior here doesn't really seem to understand that, like, you shouldn't be doing this at all, but maybe even just hijacking their bodies is too much of an issue. There's they're
juxtaposing the prime directive at the cost of some of the veracity of the character, right? Mm-hmm. The real point of this episode is to turn the telescope around backwards and be like, what happens if someone prime directives you guys? How do you feel about that? And this is a theme they pull on in the only good moments in Star Trek Into Darkness, where Kirk does the right thing and saves that civilization on that planet. And then they treat him like shit for it, because of course in that movie, like, it's garbage, and Starfleet has to be part of the problem.
And I'm not a physicist by training, but if you look at basic quantum physics, you have the entanglement or the observer effect, where as soon as you try to observe the state of something, you immediately become entangled with it. So you really can't observe anything without having any effect on it. And as you see here, they, one, are having an effect on the experiment by being the observer here and getting their hands a little too close to the experiment. But in the end, you're right, Admiral. They turn the microscope around and the observing has an effect on them too. So it's a neat play on both sides of this idea of quantum entanglement and the observer effect. So I think it was a great title. It was a great way of looking at it. So anyway,
and our good old fashioned Star Trek Prime Directive, which this iteration of Star Trek only has a very, very archaic and like schematic version of. They know that they shouldn't mess around too much. Archer has more or less accepted that from DePaul. It's by no means total policy yet. And there's a few things we won't square up, like why the Vulcans oppressed that one planet of force. People who will never have to worry about looking for a job. We'll put it to you that way. The Vulcans are doing a few things that go a bit too far in a few places too. But this was the moment, at least. I think they invoked the aesthetic on purpose of the cage. This really feels like the cage. And like Trip's like, we don't feel great. And he's like, why are you asking us stupid questions? And then like Pride Weather continues the dumb questions, and they just close the privacy blind.
Yeah. I feel like, well, at one point, Hoshi says, we're not coughing anymore. We're starting to feel a little bit better. And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly what happens when you're highly irradiated right before, all your organs shut down and your cells just completely fall apart. Like the Chernobyl series from HBO.
That was a great series.
It was. Anyway. Yeah.
I liked
some of that made me think of
Skarsgård in that. Well, they invoke the Andromeda strain.
Yes, they do.
When they're speaking, they talk about Michael Crichton's Andromeda strain, which is, if I remember this one correctly, an alien virus-like life form crashes to Earth on a meteorite in maybe the North Pole, and a team is checking it out, and it gets loose.
Now,
and it's kind of the thing like.
Did they leak? Did they make a mistake on set here? If you look behind Phlox up on the shelf, is that a like a Sprite bottle?
It does look like an Evian bottle at the very least. But his head is blocking your favorite prop. Hopefully we see it here.
Yeah.
We're gonna look for it. We're gonna find it, JT. We're gonna find those paper towels. We're gonna find them.
No, you need to look on from the other angle to the right.
Oh, you're right. Oh, we've changed the med bay. It's kind of we've moved the walls around a little bit. We might be looking at a different part of the med bay.
They definitely shuffled stuff around. Okay. Well, so at this point, this is one of the observers coming in to observe Dr. Phlox's work. Do you think they ever had a Denobulan ship?
No, but they went into Phlox and they said that he was interesting, which would indicate to me that they didn't. That's why I say no.
Ah, okay.
He was interesting to take control of for a little while, or to possess.
There's the bold new look of Kohler right there.
There we go. A lot of great new fashions for 2004. And I don't think the doctor gets it the first time, does he?
No, not at all.
And this is the only time we see just one isolated observer. What's the other one doing? It's like, I have access something called OnlyFans, sir. I'll be back with you in a while. I like these human forms.
I believe it's supposed to be taking place while the one in Mayweather is talking to Isolation.
That makes perfect sense. Right. In Isolation, Hoshi is going a little more kooky than we expected a little faster.
And Reed went in there as the assumed, as the observer to try to get a sneak peek at Phlox's screen. And he says, I have a headache. And the doctor scans him and he's like, it's not that bad. And Reed's like, but I need my pain medication. Here's my 400 credits. Just give me a big bag. I'll walk around the corner out back and get it from you. And Phlox was like, your pain meds are not in yet.
So
there was a whole
makes a little note in the medical log, like,
yeah.
Medication seeker. So looking for fentanyl. It's like, well, we have none of your angel dust here, Mr. Reed.
Yeah.
All right, sirs and madams. So Hoshi, at the same time this is going on,
this is the Andromeda strain here.
This is the Andromeda strain conversation. Which would mean Trip is the one who's himself.
She thinks it's about a Dr. Andromeda.
So Trip's the one who's possessed.
Neither are possessed at this moment.
Yeah, and this is also the conversation where Hoshi reveals that he was kicked out of Starfleet Training Command.
Which was a weird story. We didn't need that story, by the way. I thought that was a dumb little detail. She could have told any other story.
Yeah, I didn't really care for the story either.
She was a little too stunning and brave. What did she do? Like, she was running a poker game. It's like the last thing in Hoshi's personality when we met her was that she was outgoing and crazy.
Well, we do know that she could make a storm happen.
Yes, and she can do a lot of she can make your life hard. But I believe this is where Phlox gets confronted by Archer, and Archer is possessed, and he just basically straight up tells him, is he with T'Pol at this point? I think he is. It's rough here because
meteorite, which could explain why only one.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's saying
Archer's pumping him for Archer's alien host is pumping him for information.
Right. He's saying it's replicating at a very fast rate, and so he does not have much time, only a few hours, which you and I both questioned, Admiral. How is it replicating in a carbon-based body at such speed? But hey.
Yeah. You know what? But whatever. It's a space virus, right?
Yeah.
We have to let a few of these things go, or we're not going to have a Star Trek. Yeah. I need my pain meds. Yeah. Hoshi does look a little drunk. They give her like Walking Dead makeup for this one. What can I tell you? Sometimes she in this episode, Hoshi is sweaty and looks rough most of the time. The only time she looks truly beautiful is in a shuttlecraft. Now our aliens are back to these are their favorite people to inhabit, which I guess means that they have the least amount of say in this situation and scenario.
Yes.
It's safe to be them.
Precisely.
It's safe to be them. And this alien's like,
they have the most access. They have access to the bridge. No one would bat an eye with one of them going around main engineering. They go anywhere on the ship and no one's going to give them too much.
They were well-chosen hosts. So they're eating here, and like this kind of feeds, forgive the pun, the idea that this corporeal form is kind of enjoyable. They're enjoying food. They kind of are reconnecting with what their ancestors had. We got to assume, again, here's another one. These can't be first generation Organians, or they would have some sense of physical form.
Right. I love the chicken noodle soup and the sandwich on croissant.
Both of them look good. I would eat that meal. I don't know why Pride Weather thinks he should have coffee with that. I don't know. I hope it's at least maybe like, I don't know, some space soda.
No. It's high C or fruit punch. Who are we kidding?
Or some form of club drug.
Very controversial, sir.
Oh, sir. So as we see, getting sicker.
And at this point, the observers are wagering that, well, because they haven't basically put the bodies out the airlock or recycled them in some way, that by allowing these two members of the crew to remain alive, that they're now in the probability that the entire crew will expire because containment will be lost.
Which reminded me of the fact that in Errand of Mercy, there's a moment where Spock and Kirk decide that they're going to attack the Klingons, whether the Organians want them to or not. And Spock is like, Captain, that would be quite unwise. It's like, what are you saying, Spock? The odds of successfully getting into the Klingon installation are 10,532 to 1. 10,532 to 1, Spock. Why? I didn't think you were so cynical. And later on, they take out a couple of Klingons. Like, what are the odds now, Spock? Incredibly improved, Captain. Only 7,000 to 1. He's like, we're getting there, Mr. Spock. So the Organians are doing something that's in the original Organian episode. It's a nice little touch, like with the recalculation of the odds on going through the episode. The human is Spock. Kirk and Spock are doing it almost playfully, like Legolas and Gimli in Two Towers. Although I'd say Spock is humoring Kirk, who's just having some fun with his friend. But Archer is going to be a lot more humane than Kirk. Kirk's behavior is sort of, he's all blooded up and looking for a fight so much more than Archer is. Archer's mission here has him in a different temperament, because as we've seen, if he was blooded up and angry, he would have grabbed this person, thrown them into some sort of decompression chamber, and tried to force the alien out of them while yelling and screaming. He could get very proactive. What did you guys think of this confrontation?
I didn't think it was that big a deal. I don't know. You're right. Yeah, the stories are significantly divergent. The only real link is the Organians in that situation. I'm thinking
collective compassion, how weird they are about it. Like, they're disconnected from it, but they know it has value.
This also here, I didn't get the sense that it was the end. The music tried to portray it that way, and they had Trip try to keep a stiff upper lip on things. I didn't get the sense from Bakula that he felt it was the end. Like,
it might be a choice. Bakula could, Archer could never accept the loss of Trip. I don't know, because he doesn't. When Trip dies, he's one of the things that's going to impress these Organians is that after Trip dies, Archer is still dedicated to his memory, or actually after Hoshi dies and there's no hope for Trip, Archer gives up, compromises his own safety and gives up on himself just so that Trip can have like the least painful passing. Shows a lot of compassion.
Yeah, I do like that. The way that Trip recalls it, like, I remember my biology class or whatever, and due to their carbon-based nature, human bodies don't repel silicon. Which, I know what silicon is. It's sand, right? And we all hate sand. It's coarse and it's rough and it gets everywhere.
I like the EFAP comparisons. We don't go quite that deep now. EFAP would still be at like minute 2. We have had weeks where we turn into accidental EFAP, and they're great at it, and they're great at what they do. We don't aspire to be Star Trek EFAP, but you know what? It has made us pretty good reviewers with the Enterprise, like really tight, close reviews, and we have found how much worse Star Trek Academy is, and a lot of people realize. I didn't hear anyone else talking about the green screen fuck-ups. I don't think anyone else watched it we really toy into that one. You want to see a definitive case? We have made definitive cases about the validity of every NuTrek episode, and I would say we have kept our standards to the same standards we keep for regular Star Trek. And it's not like we're unfair. It's like they're that incompetent. They're not incompetent, but hey, Hoshi looks hot here, huh?
This also is a real set. It's just so refreshing after what we see on Thursdays, folks. Like people are like, oh, you guys just love to complain. You just love to hate on this, all that. No. This is a beautiful set. And you're like, what are you talking about? This is just a couple bunk beds with some metal grating around it. And I remember people didn't even like the look of Enterprise because it was too basic looking.
There was a mistake here and there that I would have changed, but you're right. Yeah.
This is a real set, and we have lost that in TV making in so many genres and settings with so much of the big studio effort to just blow out a budget with making things look fantastical. I guarantee you this room did not cost them that much money. And yet it looks real. It feels, when you put actors in it, it looks real. It feels like a real place. Whereas you make everything some kind of green screen and, you make this in NuTrek, this decon chamber would have been like 5 basketball courts in size and had 3 angles where lens flare would just be punishing your vision, and the ceiling would be 50 feet high.
And a lot of shots of their footwear to justify or lack thereof to justify their shoe contract. So I think that's why we show her taking off and putting on her shoes a lot. They have a shoe contract. That's like one of their major underwriters.
Yeah. But I just wanted to speak positively of this, even though there's not much to it. And
I'll add to that a little. People said it didn't look like it came before TOS. It looked like it came after. All right, fair point. I won't argue that one to death. But if you look at this decon chamber, even though you would say it looks like it comes sometime between TNG and TOS, it doesn't look post TNG. I'll give it that. And they made a mistake with the Dell monitors everywhere. Okay, I can forgive that too. I can think through an in-world explanation, but this is an upgraded decon chamber from season 1. It's a little better. And also the thing about this decon chamber that I like is if you look at it, while it does look like it comes after TOS, it still looks very much like it's from the same world that TOS came from. The design language is still the same. They haven't abandoned it. It doesn't look like TNG. It looks like a related show to TOS more so than TNG. Anybody?
I think it's just hard when you do a prequel that's 4.5, 5 decades after the original series. Look,
no, this is only 3.
TV sets have just evolved over time. So this does look to me like it would be pre-TOS. It's just that TOS was so basic in its sets because it matched the era that TV was in. I thought it looked older than TOS. And when you bring in the USS Defiant, I think you kind of just see 2 differences that can't be avoided. I mean, what else are you going to do to make it look more basic than TOS?
Not much.
The only thing they really could have done was shoot it in Technicolor.
Yeah.
Fair enough. And now people said the miniaturization didn't make sense. My headcanon always was we had workstations on this ship, but later on we have like fully capable computers that are able to either coordinate or work on their own with no help, that are much more powerful, and that possibly in every computer terminal might even have its own subspace. Like we're talking enormously sophisticated, super powerful computers by TOS, and that's why they're larger. It's not, and by the way, I would point out there's not a tech plateau, although we get to TOS level tech by the end of this show. So they're not going to be able to grow it anymore should we do Star Trek Archer or Star Trek United, whichever. I'll call it whatever it takes to get that show made. It looks post-NASA, you think, Dead Man? That's fair. But the thing is that TOS was leaning into a NASA aesthetic, so maybe there's some the overlap that bled into both is what's inspiring me. But yeah, well, I won't argue that. It definitely could be called that as well. And it also looks like several tanning beds, and you turn those tanning beds off, you'll stop sweating. But we're getting a little squirrely in a decon chamber in a way we never did before. And then this moment is really the cage.
It is
And
a
T'Pol-
cage, yes.
And T'Pol is doing some real good acting. She's just expressionless here as one of these aliens who doesn't have any context for being inside the emotionless Vulcan after being in all these humans. Whether they've encountered Vulcans before, I don't know if they mention it. And, the doctor is actually that alien is faking being the doctor and doing a little bit of acting. He's like a little bit jolly like the doctor is. And I guess the morbidly curious one is T'Pol in this one. What's their dynamic when they jump into these hosts, guys?
Highly analytical, highly
they
dispassionate.
Well, who's
they
good
didn't
cop
really-
and who's bad cop? Good Organian, bad Organian. It's hard to tell in these two, right?
Yeah, they didn't do a good job trying to distinguish themselves in this part.
It was hard to tell, although it didn't matter which one was which at this point. So we've never seen her look quite like that before. It's weird, but she's out acting John Billingsley. And again, Tripp's just like, we would feel a lot better if you just went back to work.
Yeah, a good add-on would have been if Tripp said to say something personal to Paul and then just has to fake her way through it. Just give him one little more hint that something's wrong.
Right. Although we're fully clued in there, our characters are still all in the dark about this. We're not going to come out until the last few minutes of this episode and admit to the crew what's going on.
Yeah.
So,
but you want to give the audience at least a hint that the crew might figure it out.
The one thing that they keep consistent is, for the most part, when people are together, we keep our aliens in groups of two. The only time we have one going solo is when they split up. One's talking to Hoshi and one's talking to Archer, or one's talking to Phlox. But this encounter, I don't know. I forget if we have like some Katra jumping here.
No, I think he's just trying to press the captain for his state of mind.
They do say that the captain, first officer, and doctor have important decisions to make at this point. So let's jump back to our original hosts.
And this
And
is
by
where
the
the
way-
episode tends to drag a little bit.
The middle of this episode is a little slow.
Yeah.
It's a better idea than it is well paced. It's not paced great. They try to inject some jeopardy in the middle here, and it doesn't really work. But I would say this is a different outfit from T'Pol that I don't remember, but it has some aesthetics similar to a Starfleet uniform, like the weird piping. And they love this color on her. I don't know why. If you look at the sleeve, this outfit looks like it's kind of been run through the wash one too many times by now. Am I the only one thinking, please just give up on this outfit?
Yeah.
You got it right with the silvery Wilma Deering outfit. She's on the ship. Let her wear that all the time on the ship.
Fair enough. Yeah.
So now no one is possessed. And Hoshi starts to freak the fuck out. And she's getting a little comfort from Trip. And he's trying to tell her not to freak out. He's trying to be a leader, but whatever. Now we have possessed Pride Weather and possessed Reed talking to Archer. And they're just kind of reacting to him. And Archer's not picking up on their like slight vacancy. But he's got a lot going on and he's trying to save him. And what he says is, we have detected we're talking to the Klingons because they had found an abandoned Klingon, attempt to colonize or base. And they're like, we don't know what happened. It only got out of control and they reached Site B. Then the contamination spread to both sites. And then when they came up into orbit, this is the debris cloud from a Klingon shuttle. And so we've sent this information on to the Klingons. Probably will make them a little more agreeable to helping us. They're going to have to admit what they did, because the Klingon mothership survives. It destroys the shuttle, and for some reason they know this. They say they didn't, and this should have tipped off Archer. Reed, I believe, is possessed, says they didn't even beg for their lives.
Yeah.
And someone else remarks, well, of course, if Klingons says they wouldn't.
Although I doubt Klingons
that is his
never
response. Help. Yeah, Archer does get suspicious, and he just says, "What?" And Reed just, they wouldn't have been Klingons.
Yeah, this was different than other exchanges. A little different. Yeah, Archer is starting to catch on. Thank you, Jerm.
Yeah, that's on that part. They give you a little bit of a hint. I would have liked them to just press it a little more.
If you're Archer, you have to be a little suspicious, because you're like, this wouldn't even be our third body jacking in this adventure we've had here for 3.5 seasons. We've had a few body jackings already.
We do get to the point, though, where when T'Pol and Phlox were still hijacked, they did have this debate about, are they really intelligent enough to make first contact? And the senior says, well, I've been doing this for 10,000 years. None of them have ever passed this.
800 years. They're 10,000 years old, right?
They've been observing for 10,000. He's been there for 800.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. So he knows all the odds. He's senior observer.
And they're like, well, maybe this isn't the best metric to keep measuring these beings by. And they're like, well, that's not my job. I'm just here to do the experiment. And the younger one says, well, then who is? Like, there's some evolution happening in
this is the return to tomorrow part. They're being contaminated by the human hosts. The humans are so much more emotional than anyone else they've jumped into, which is weird because they jumped into Klingons, but maybe the Klingons' insanity and willfulness made them hard to read, and it's like, oh, we can exist in these vessels, but I don't get them.
I don't think emotional is necessarily the most the closest fit to it. I think maybe thoughtful or
passionate and analytical.
Compassionate, yeah.
Yeah. It's just the one, though. It's the
new guy.
Yeah, the new guy is the emotional one. The other one, he has no problems whatsoever with that.
So this is where Hoshi does something that makes sense for Hoshi. She doesn't grow a new trait or catch a trait from someone else. Hoshi manages to decode and break out of the decon chamber. She's able to she hotwires her way out. She manages to deduce the pin code. She says, codes are like languages. I'll figure it out. And Trip just figures that it's unbreakable and rolls his eyes. And a couple of seconds later, she just nails it. I thought it was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a nice way to waste 5 minutes.
And the thing is, it's not preposterous with her skill set.
Right.
So Hoshi's out of there and wandering around. She gets into the antechamber, and now somehow no one else encounters them, and she makes it to an airlock. Was it JT saying that he was loving how much we were talking about airlocks? No, it was Sean. Can't get enough of that good old-fashioned talk about airlocks.
Sean was not happy about airlocks. I didn't know why, but he was getting annoyed with SFA and all their talk about the airlock. It's like, I don't mind.
he was right when he pointed out that they have ruminated on it in like a really obsessive way for a super long time.
True. Yeah.
So talks Hoshi down for the moment, communicates with Archer. They trank Hoshi down, and they're like, Trip, we've decided the best thing we can do is knock you the hell out too. So best way to put it, medically induced comas to keep our 2 crew members from causing any more problems, because we totally trusted Hoshi and she tripped out and almost like opened up the airlock and deleted both of them. It wouldn't have messed up the ship too much, but who the hell needs it? And also we care about them. So makes sense move, good stakes raising, new element of their this disease they picked up on the planet. And I'm enjoying this episode of Star Trek. Do we get the paper towels? I didn't see them in the sequence.
It's too close in.
They are in this episode, but we just didn't stop on that frame. So then we have our aliens and their primary hosts.
You know what you get when you mix silicon-based malignant microbes with paper towel.
Doesn't it look like they just discovered
sandpaper?
Yes. But look at their expressions here. Tell me it doesn't look like Reed was just fooled into watching Two Girls, One Cup by fucking Mayweather.
Or some really wrong anime. Yeah.
It's like, I don't understand, Travis. Why do they both have 1 cup? Oh my God. Right? And Mayweather's just like, I dig that shit. And then they say, you know what? Like they start discussing the seriousness of what they're doing. And he's like, you know what? I'm throwing a fucking flag. And he's like, what? He's like, if we don't call New York, we at least have to stop the game for a minute, TV timeout, and have ourselves a conference of officials here, because we're like all over the place with how this football game is going. The humans have done a few things that we didn't think that they could ever do. Guys, to use real world analogies, the humans have done a few things that no one thought they could ever do. They recovered their own kick. They punched that in for a touchdown. Then they got a 2-point conversion. And now like they just stopped the other team dead in their drive. They're making more progress on the disease than anyone else, which tracks with the crew, right? Phlox was always a guy who had more talent than other doctors and had been through more experience and was beyond Starfleet level. So, okay, cool. Also, like this was just one of those episodes every 8 or 9 weeks where we decide we're going to have Phlox in it a lot, right? A lot of times he walks onto the bridge and just looks, but he's in it a lot this week. And so the conversation gets really serious. And he's like, I know where we can talk where no one will hear us. And this is when Hoshi and Trip wake up from their medically induced coma and start talking to each other. And something on this ship that we've never seen before that ruins a lot of other episodes comes into play. Security cameras.
Oh, they have an observation camera in there.
And it's obvious apparently motion activated and like trips an alarm because someone finally notices that people are having like a conversation they shouldn't have. We've had so many improper conversations on this ship, but yeah, okay. We have established that there is a camera in here for communications and stuff like that, but we also have that window too. It's like your drive up or virtual banking center. But they discussed the stakes, and they discussed the fact that, this is a 10,000-year-old experiment, but they might be being a little too harsh and a little too compassionless. And damn it, the humans, that really was pass interference by us that stopped the humans from threading that last touchdown, was basically what they decided. And they're like, the next play, we're gonna keep the handkerchiefs in our pockets. They're going to give them one back. There's a little bit of a negotiation between the Organians. Guys, do I have that more or less right?
Not so much at this point.
Well,
yeah,
go ahead, Germ.
More the young one is he's continuing to lobby that the humans are different, and the older one is being stubborn still.
We also see here that they discover that ionizing radiation could break up the malignant microbes. And I'm like, okay, so you just want to nuke them? I mean,
right. It doesn't make
sure.
sense, but they're keeping it vague enough that it's not offending our sense of right and wrong. Again, Thursday on NuTrek, they went into like what? 45 straight seconds where the only real words they used were is, to, from, because, and then. Right? It was like, if we use a tachyon pulse to make a neutrino burst go through the warp engines because of the spore drive, we can then have a refractory photonic effect, which will cause the sonar resonance in space to become in harmony simpatico with the nebula, therefore stabilizing the field and giving us a temporary window by which we can detect the cloaked ship moving the debris as it moves through it, like the way the
But only
a
if you go
shark
so
fin moves
slow
through
they don't
water.
notice.
And basically that was a Rube Goldberg method of saying, hey, like it'll break the surface like the fin of a shark and we'll be able to track it for a moment.
Yeah. At this point, you know,
Not our
sedatives,
our favorite set, but a set nonetheless, by the way.
this part is kind of scary to me when I watch it, because you are fearful of what they're going to do to the doctor, because they were found out red-handed. Like, this is some sloppy work.
This is where they walk in on the doctor
sloppy
and
work.
he stone cold busts them, but
Cisco.
they're not trying too hard. They realize they can manipulate memory so easy. They're like, stupid amoeba-like life form, we'll rewind your brain when we're done. That's the level of arrogance he's dealing with. So he sees that their brainwave patterns come online. And also, like, he scanned their brains before while they were possessed and didn't come up with that. So that's a plot hole in this episode. Their brainwave patterns are not human here. Because the episode forgot that he's already like hit them up a few times with a couple of scans while they were possessed and not.
He scanned Trip and Hoshi when they weren't possessed. This is the first time they were possessing Trip and Hoshi. He had no reason to scan
Reed
anyone else.
while he was possessed. When Reed asked for medication.
He was scanning a headache, not a brain scan.
Right.
All right. I knew I had something there. I knew there had
and doing a CAT scan.
good in world. I knew that there was a previous brain scan of someone while possessed. That's why I thought that this was a slight plot hole. Would we call it a plot contrivance? It's a bit of a convenience. It's not massive. I don't think it rises to insulting, but it's there. Guys, what do you think?
I think it's just overthought.
I think you're
Okay.
overthinking it. Yep.
Hey, you know what? I love that answer. It means that Star Trek's better than I thought. Again, we don't love this outfit. We've seen it in other forms. They're doing their best to make it look the best they can, but she does have pips. We can establish that now. And again, the military badging on her sleeve and on her like collar, it helps. It makes her look like the member of Starfleet that she now is. She's no longer affiliated with the Vulcans. And this is where they out themselves, right? The Phlox. And he's like, oh. And he shows that he's a capable actor and he does a good holy fuck face. And
Yeah.
he does. It's a good whole. This is Phlox's strength are being glib, but doing it in a way that doesn't undermine the seriousness of his character somehow. Because Dr. Phlox is an alien, somehow it works. He's weirdly glib, but and cheerful in dangerous and bad situations. And he also does the oh my gosh face, the medical revelation face, the unexpected discovery face, and you hear the holy fuck, we've got like body jackers on the ship. It seems to me that he squares the entire circle and maybe has encountered pure energy beings that fuck around like this before, kind of thing. He's better at this than everyone else.
He's a bit of a better dramatic actor than anyone else on the series.
He has more credits. Germ, I know that you have to beam down to the planet on urgent business. Why don't you tell me what your grade is for this episode and what you think of it?
Well, besides a couple small details, I think it's pretty perfect of an episode, except for the ending with the they don't wipe their brain so they can keep using the virus. That's a bit of an oversight, but that's the only thing I can really point out in the episode. So I give it a solid A.
Okay.
All right. And what's
Cool.
going on your channel this week? Anything to share?
Monday we'll have Rebirth of Mothra 2, and then next week we should have the pre-show watch party.
I hope to be there, and we'll see you at the pre-show watch party for NuTrek 7. It's almost over, folks. We almost made it. All right, Jeremy, I'll beam you down to the northwestern part of the northern continent. I'll talk to you in a little bit, buddy.
See you, Jern.
Bye, everybody.
All right,
Mr.
sir.
Kirk, it's just you and I. Should I be bodyjacked by one of the Organians, your orders are to stun me immediately and set the self-destruct on the ship.
Silent countdown, sir. I assume.
Silent snap count. All right.
So, Admiral,
game.
your secret, you ever pick out like a secret code that you're going to use with the computer for like TNG and later? Like it's always like Janeway Pi Alpha, Picard Bravo Pi 2, Riker Alpha 3. Yeah,
I created a couple of Teague attack patterns for when the bot swarms came in. Attack pattern Teague Alpha was Germ takes over while I do
I mean
control.
like computer authorization. So if you're going to authorize the self-destruct, it would what would it be?
I would say computer authorization Teague 1A destruct. Just like
all right, computer.
Same one, right?
Computer, First Officer Kirk. Set self-destruct, I concur. That would be Kirk, Alberta, 5-3 Gamma.
All right, well, guys, if you stick around till after the review, we will riff on Alberta independence and its shrinking popularity. It's a bad idea. It doesn't add up. I mean, you're gonna have to handle your grievances another way. It's not gonna work. So the Archer possessed Organian and T'Pol, the two Organians possessing T'Pol and Archer basically talked to Phlox about how they were inside his mind. Interesting there too. We've seen a bunch of different species encounter this. Only this many got this far. You're actually like now among the furthest outliers to have ever handled this. And quickly, someone always dies.
Just to talk about this shot here, it's blocked well. They gave something to put in Archer's hands, so he has something to do.
Also, he wants that. He wants to know where the doctor's at. He's checking his progress. He gets it out of his hand before he tells him before he drops the mask.
It's something that this show always does well. They give them equipment, accessories. You know, people would be carrying stuff around all the time. It's something that TNG doesn't always do the best of, and it's kind of awkward at times, right? Like TOS does, but their equipment always looks kind of really weird because it is, right? And it's imaginary, most of it. This here, I like it, and it's blocked well with the two actors.
It looks functional, and it looks like you could take a beating too, all their equipment aside from the faucet. And I just want to say Kal-El has it. I believe that's Kirk's final confirmation after the first officer, science officer, and the chief engineer concur. He's like entering final destruct sequence. 0, 0, destruct, 0. I believe that's the final activation code from Kirk. His initial one is Kirk 1A, if I'm correct. And because Scotty's is 1A 2B.
Okay. I did not know that.
Spock's is 1A 2B. There's a initiating code and a final code. They make such a big deal of it in the show Picard because in that show the computer is so integrated in their low crewed ships that you have to turn complete computer control over to the captain in Picard season 3. And we do 3 different sequences where we show how painstaking and difficult it is to transfer control. And we have to have the captain, who's a man in every case, admit, I failure, Captain Dipshit from Detroit, hereby yield control to Admiral Riker because I'm a loser. And Riker's like, loser Riker here. I have control now, and I will misguide us through this next series of fuck-ups. And while that's happening, Captain Stoshwick of the Enterprise screams, I'm not taking responsibility, which is the least Starfleet Star Trek thing ever said, ever. Oh, it was sickening to hear. And we know Todd Stoshwick's an okay actor because he did a good job in Star Trek Enterprise. Buddy, it's the 3 ranking command officers.
Well, at this point, Buddy might be one of them. If we're talking about our crew, it's you and I. I think Buddy might be next as Chief Wrench.
Buddy, get ready to beam up. Keep the communicator active. It still floors me, says Kal-El, that they did such a great job building the refit Enterprise in universe, but they managed to completely mess up the construction of the Enterprise A initially. Fair. Fair. Oops, we don't want that happening.
Yeah.
That was only for a moment. Here's the deal. Guys, there was going to be a video for NuTrek. They're claiming everything. Okay, they are claiming everything. My clips were well under 3 seconds. I'm disputing last week's show. I hope I win. Okay, I hope I win. Right now, the consequences of making that video have not come down on me, but I did not relent. I decided that I will fight them on this one. I feel that I transformed it enough. I kept the cuts far apart. I didn't take 5 seconds and then
your pre-recorded video or a
pre-recorded video that I was going to in our 4-hour stream. I made a 10-minute video that was going to be released the next day, and I used that to guide the video, the discussion of the episode. That episode got claimed for that video, meaning if I upload it, I catch a strike.
Yeah,
not a claim, but a strike.
You know, you're doing them a favor because if it wasn't for us,
the hate watching factor has kept this show viral for 2 or 3 more weeks. When I saw Dark Hour is a great YouTuber. If you haven't checked him out, check him out. He makes great video essays. He made an hour-long essay detailing every single event of episodes 1, 2, and 3, for which I thank him. I never have to remember that again. And he had to put a watermark across the whole thing. Paramount is so insane. And it said the middle finger of fair use through the whole thing. And so with that being on there, he didn't even have to bother to stay within the 5 seconds. He was going 8 and 9, but Dark Hour knows the hell he's doing for that. So for them to claim him, he's going to win his dispute. I'll probably win mine, but this channel is smaller. Like, I'm not taking a series of photon torpedo hits, not in our moment of greatest glory as we see Kurtzman go down in flames. Someone has to live stream it. We're serving the live stream discontent. And by the way, last week's NuTrek stream, it ended up being the same. It was about 600 views. About 600. There is viral interest in that, and that was not a huge downturn in concurrence. We never hit the high peak, but we kept 20, 25 people throughout that entire NuTrek stream. It's just that this has become part of what we're doing here, and I don't know how we're going to survive 25 more drops of that throughout the year, JT.
I'm thinking I should get a nice bottle of champagne for the day where he's dismissed. Because we're going to have a live stream and celebrate that day.
We may go nuts. Is that the paper towels coming into view below the doctor's chin?
Indeed,
JT?
it is. Indeed, it is.
There they are.
Get to see it,
sirs and madams. They put an extra large roll of paper towels in the med bay this week. Just so you know. Very pretty girl, Jolene Blaylock, looking gorgeous here. They finally got it right. Again, this outfit is they've tried with this outfit a couple of times. This is the best version of it. They've chopped down the collar, they've chopped down the neckline a lot more. They've worked on it a lot. It might be a new outfit in this color. They've been obsessed with this color. They had a salmon-y version of this. This is the best version of this approach to the jumpsuit, and it's got her Starfleet like sort of green science sort of pips for piping, for lack of a better term. What do you think?
This is not my favorite one. I like the blue one. I like the purple one more.
The silver one, the Patriots Dynasty one.
Yes,
that's all white is awesome. Yeah. And the silvery one is fucking awesome. She should only wear those in our opinions, but since they keep putting her into the red Vulcan one, they do. Since they keep putting her into the red one and they really love it, I guess because the background is so white and red is not one of those things that really films well either. It's a difficult color.
But if she joins Starfleet, why doesn't she have the jumpsuit?
She's Starfleet Patton. She's like, I'm the first ever doctor. Why does McCoy have a slightly different uniform most of the time? McCoy has that short sleeve dentist outfit.
Yeah.
So,
but she holds natural rank, not like 7 of 9, who was just along for the ride.
Hey, Gooner 70 NS. It's good to see. It's good to see you. He says, Enterprise became one of my favorite iterations of Trek. A lot of people just love this show. Such a shame it was canceled after 4 seasons. We're starting to really feel that way too. Travesty to Discovery and SNW get 5 seasons apiece. They don't have anywhere near as many episodes, Gooner. Yeah. Those are like odd length seasons. The first season of Discovery is the longest at like what, 14?
If you like compress all of Discovery down or all of SNW down,
you have 60 episodes.
SNW has like 1 season so far. If you look at a TNG, a Voyager, or an Enterprise length of a season. It's pathetic how little Kurtzman's been able to make with so much money.
And 1 season of Strange New Worlds and 1 season of Star Trek Discovery are what could be best described as a shared season. So there's a season 2 of Star Trek Discovery where they're just it's almost essentially a shared season with Star Trek Strange New Worlds because the characters are on there. And I would point out that was the early example of more bad faith by Kurtzman. He wasn't ever supposed to touch those characters. He just dropped them in a situation where they had no choice but to use them.
Also, unpopular opinion, but Lorca is probably my favorite character from Disco.
Lorca is really well acted. Jason Isaacs is a good fucking actor.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's related to Oscar Isaacs. One guy's like a crazy weird Brit guy, and one guy's like a really, really bizarre Honduran Cuban. I'd like to point out that he's half Honduran, not just straight on Cuban like the Admiral or the great Marco Rubio, who he's Cuban. I'll give him that. Yeah, it's like 10 episodes for season only for NuTrek, and their most prolific season might be that they don't have seasons for short treks, which is just absolutely like they're throwing rocks at cannon, trying to break as much as possible in like 6-7 low effort garbage.
Short treks was like trying to flush something down the toilet that you shouldn't, like crayons or something. I mean, what a waste! What a waste!
Gunnar, the reason why they did that with the shorter seasons and breaking up their 4th season into 2 was just to upset people like us. That was all. It was just so they could get more than Enterprise and more than Star Trek, the original series. It was done out of pure spite. They'll never touch Deep Space Nine. They'll never touch what they did with Voyager. So be that as may. In 8 years, they managed to crank out 5 horrible seasons of Star Trek Discovery. They're horrible. Season 3 of everything about their show is a lie. It's not Star Trek.
8 years of Discovery, and they managed to make almost 2 seasons worth of Star Trek in 8 years.
I can't take Hemmer, but I understand why people find him kind of cool. He's unsightly as an Andorian to me. And Shaw was Todd Stashwick. He was pretty cool. Here's the problem with Shaw. He was so badly written, and hey, Gooner's agreeing with you. Shaw was so badly written in Picard 3 that he tells 7 of 9 that she has to go by Hanson. And he tells her that she'll be Hanson until he's good and ready to not call her Hanson because she's a Hansonite and that's what she does.
Way to
And
dead name her.
She's damn well going to Hanson her way through this Hansoning that she's doing. And he's like, yeah, over and over. And it's kind of like, we realize what's going on. So it's pandering and it's crass. And Picard is like, as though he has a relationship with her. And I'm just like, she's more human than you, robot boy. Fuck off. And like, they you know, Todd Stashwick's character, yeah, he's a good actor, but like he turns over control of his ship to a 2-year-old android with a fucking AI sourced off Picard's like demented brain. He already had Errand syndrome when they made the robot, which explains Picard 3 if you think about it, right? Yeah. Errand syndrome was further along than they thought. But I know that I would want to be put into a weak C-3PO like body, and they turned Picard into C-3PO. But yeah, it was done out of spite. And here's the thing. The problem with Captain Shaw is this. After he does all those things, and also he says some like intolerant things to Robo Picard about how he's not like a real person, which by the way I was down with.
Was true.
And then like meanwhile he's like yelling and screaming at Seven that she has to earn the right to have her name, and I'm like, I seem to remember an admirable guy named Will Riker telling someone named Ro Laren to shut the fuck up and take off your ethnic jewelry while you're on duty because you haven't proven yourself on my ship, asshole. And he was a dick about it. Remember that?
I remember that.
And we didn't feel bad for Ro Laren either, did we? She was a dick.
Not.
She was just a real good-looking
And then
asshole.
Lieutenant Tupac did that again later on with the Bolian. Remember that? Would that make Neelix like Biggie? He's Lieutenant Tupac. Who would be his Biggie? Yeah, Biggie Perv.
Who would be the Biggie to Lieutenant Tupac? But yeah, you're right on that one. But the as we can see, the aliens catching up on what Phlox is doing. Phlox confronts them as immoral. They tell him, "Look, we've got our prime directive." They split. He gets his mind wiped. He's reset back from his happy place. And then this is when they say, well, we better jump out of these bodies and let these important people do their jobs and jump into our side characters again. And this is when Archer has his emotional moment. He puts on his containment suit. It's a little like the movie Contagion. And he's going to go in there and he's going to be hands-on. And he's not going to let no one gets left behind. It was a little bit Black Hawk Down here. He cares. You're not going to die alone.
The movie Alien Covenant. And I know that I have to wear this spacesuit or else I'm going to get your weird microscopic malignancy in me.
I'm not an asshole like the people in some of these movies that we've already watched on movie night here on the ship.
Kal-El says Chipotle would be Biggie.
Kal-El, you're probably right. And we have an awesome crowd. Thank you guys for hanging out with us across both realms. Let me go and see if anybody's hanging out over on the Stumble. Hello, we have 2 Stumble channels. I have to check both of them. They both fire up at once. I believe it's a shared experience, but except No Imitations, though. There are no other Star Trek shows that I can think of where when you turn on our Rumble feed, our show has a commercial endorsed with a product. A commercial, JT, have you ever watched this on Rumble?
Oh gosh, a while ago. I would always look out for Vic Fontaine before we've had all those problems, even just failing to launch off the launch pad. Then I kind of stopped, but I would always watch for our good friend Vic Fontaine over there.
I did. I love their emojis. I will say this though. Sometimes I'll go to emoji. I always try to re-listen to some of the show for quality control, make sure our mics are good, make sure we're doing a good show. It's important to me that we bring you the most entertaining show we can. And sometimes when I watch on Rumble, this show has the distinction of being, I think, the only Star Trek show that starts many times with a commercial from our president. It's good to have our president, and I don't know what exactly is he's pitching because I still skip the ad, even though it's the president.
Sure.
It's like, okay, whatever.
It doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
Nobody cares.
It's him. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
Also,
the paper
towels.
They're still using it. Yeah.
Paper
Oh,
towel
there we go.
was significantly used in between scenes.
Yeah, we look. Well, they are sweating up a storm, JT. So continuity. The continuity people were working hard on the paper towels.
Sure.
Guys, the paper towels are a bit of a running joke here because JT just has like, such an issue with it. It's hilarious. We have some fun with that.
I do hate them so.
And as we can see, our aliens have jumped back to our primary host as we start our very final act.
I wonder what they told them. Like, I wonder what the director said to them. Make it look like you're possessed by an alien.
I think what he said was he told the cameraman, he's like, point the camera at, at Phlox. And when they say, well, I'll say cut, okay? But don't stop filming when I say cut. And Anthony's always he's always looking for lunch. He mind you, he eats a lot. Like guy loves craft services. He's always feeding his face. Like what'll happen is he'll be like, well, that's our break for lunch, right? And I'll say no. And both of them will be pissed. So I'll get their expression when they find out that they have to work through their break. And then I'll let them go to break anyway, because they might just gig me with SAG. What do you think of that one? This is their real reaction. So no, we're going to keep shooting.
I could see that. That's hilarious.
They've crushed Mr. Reed's soul, and then Mr. Pride Brother's like, I had my eye on the fucking bear claw on that like assortment of donuts, and if Scott Bakula gets to it first, that motherfucker's gonna eat it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Craft Services has announced that they will not be coming today, and it's like 11:39 in the morning. It's just the look.
It is a great look. And do you recognize Gooner? Is that the deal?
Oh, well, he's been here before.
No, RRTNZ, does Gooner do track? Is that what the RRTNZ is telling us? Gooner, do you do track as well?
I'm not seeing any on the channel, a lot of gaming on the channel, but maybe he's like me. Maybe he goes on other people's channels to talk track. Who knows?
That could happen. Guys, Gooner's been here a couple of times. We're willing to endorse him out of hand. Gooner, like, think about it. You could have literally any crazy thing on your channel, and now we're going to give your URL, your link so that people can check you out. Check out our pal Gooner's channel. You never know. You might like it. He's got 1.1 thousand subs. He's going places. And welcome to the show, sir. At any rate, as we
he's
continue on meandering.
10 Forward show as a guest. Cool.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Quality Star Trek. Here's Gooner's channel. We endorse him and 10 Forward. And you know what? Welcome to the Decon Chamber. Well, I don't know. What do we call our show? Thursday's show is unofficially called Star Trek Share Your Pain. But if we put that on YouTube, they'll think that we're selling, like, I don't know, medical supplements or something. Oh, no problem, Gooner. We're flattered by the presence of everybody who take. Guys, right now, as we get into our final act, let me take a moment to say something I don't say often enough. Maybe some of you don't hear it at the end of the show, but what an incredible compliment that you guys give us your time on your Saturday nights and let us share it with you. I know that from my end of this, the parasocial relationship where we get to talk to you about Star Trek, I get a lot out of it. It makes my Saturday nights. It's really a lot of fun. In a world where a lot of things cost a fortune and, a good time can be just, basically you got to choose your shots on that one and what hill to die on to have a good time. This is a reliable, fun time I get to have every week with all of you. And I humbly thank you from the bottom of our hearts. If anything, we try to always over-prepare. Thursday during the week, people have lives. We do our best with the NuTrek live reviews, and they're just gigging people left and right on Paramount for the video essays. I made one. They went after it when we showed it live, which is the beta test of any upload where I'm unsure. Because the upload rules for live, if you fuck up a little bit, you'll get that warning.
Oh, you do have that show, Screaming for Vengeance, which is an awesome name for a show. Your variety show. Yeah.
Streaming for Vengeance is the other name for the weekday talk show. We do that. We cover other stuff. that has Star Trek updates, but we concentrate a lot on Taylor Sheridan. And like a lot of people do the Disney thing, we do Paramount. So we picked up almost 200 new subscribers so far in 2026. It's going to be a great year. We thank all of you who joined. So like a little orientation, guys, say hi to your fellow subscribers. And if you're a member, like spam some emojis. We got some great ones, man.
Admiral, the thing we've never really talked about on your channel, which is Paramount's biggest property, because it's not Star Trek anymore. I don't think we've ever talked about SpongeBob SquarePants, which
there'll be a
SpongeBob
like SquarePants Strange New World when they go to the puppet dimension for whatever they do the next season. It just keeps getting worse and worse. It's like, what is there anyone who can figure out Star Trek, sir? Is there anyone who can figure it out?
Sir, we have to send for Albert Einstein.
Sir, he's very busy.
Sir.
Sir? Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
Sir.
Sir. All right, sir. Should we keep going? Is it time to persevere? Plow on? I feel like it is. Admiral, if you're there. He may be having audio problems, folks. I just want to echo what he was saying about how grateful we are to have everybody here. We love talking, the Admiral and I and Sean and Germ and some others. We love talking Star Trek just on X or, chats back and forth. But it's so much fun and an honor to be able to be in front of dozens of you, or hundreds as the case may be, throughout the night and just getting to share some Star Trek with you. So this is what we, all love as a passion in different ways. We come to it from different angles. Sean is a very talented model maker and has a deep passion for Star Trek, and he can live that out there. We've had Mark D with the C on here, who is also a great modeler, but a prolific collector of all things Trek. And he's shown off quite the collection before, which, brings back memories that you have with your family and friends and with Trek over the years. We have Germ, who's always coming in here on the channel, who just knows a ton about Trek. He can correct you on pretty much anything Deep Space Nine I've found. He's an encyclopedia when it comes to that. And so, and then I always say I just bring a raw love to it, and I like to do your 8-9 pages of note teardown on fake Trek, because I just like to guard what real Trek is. So, I always share this. We'll go on a little sabbatical here because I think Admiral's trying to fix his subspace communications. I think, a lot of people don't. Maybe some of you do. I came to Trek later. I was born in the 80s. So my first Trek love was TNG, because I got to watch it live or taped on VHS with my dad. And so that was something growing up that I absolutely loved. So I ended up getting the micro machines of all the ships, the Playmobil play sets, just a ton of that stuff. But, when you're kind of the weird kid in school on the playground, you love just pretending things are Star Trek and being on a bridge. I think I had an old school wooden school desk in my basement where the desk was kind of at like a 30-degree angle. And I loved pretending that was the con that Data or Geordi would sit at, or Ensign Rowe would sit at on the TNG bridge and look at my TV while the show was on and pretend to be pressing buttons along with them. So, a ton of stuff. I was the one kid, I think, in third grade that went around in my school for Halloween with a red TNG uniform. My parents found one for me that fit, and I didn't make myself a full captain. I made myself a lieutenant commander because they gave you all the pips. You could pick what you wanted to iron on. So, oh, buddy, they did not even sell in the 90s. They did not bother selling a Wesley costume, sir. We know they knew they wanted to make money off of this, but the first video games that I love to play, I wanted every Star Trek game that came out. So I dreamed of one day being old enough to go gamble at the Las Vegas the Star Trek experience, which I think disappeared before I was really old enough to be able to afford to go. So all that kind of stuff. And as a result, when we had the great Clobberin Times and his show tragically come to an end a little over a year and a half ago now, Admiral and I kind of talked, and he's like, "Hey, JT, well, I've seen you in chat. I've seen you on the Dad Man's channel. I want to start doing Star Trek." And I said, that would be awesome. That'd be a great opportunity. So ever since then, we've started working our way through Enterprise, taking some detours for the movies, doing some specials. I think we've covered Patterns of Force in about 7 or 8 TOS episodes already. But it's just one of those things where you sit here and think, okay, what do I really love to do? Whether I ever make money on it or not, I like Star Trek, so let's do it. Let's talk about it. And so, I think over the years, gotten to know a lot of people on YouTube that I wouldn't have otherwise gotten a chance to really kind of know. And not like your best friend in the world that you've been friends with for 50 years, but you get to people that love Star Trek, and you get to know them that way, and they all come from all walks of life. I think, whether you grew up in the original series era or the TNG series era, sometimes being a fan of Star Trek might not have been all that popular. I know when I was
the whole time.
Sorry,
was that loop the whole time? I heard the Trump thing when I came back in.
Oh, you were gone for a good 6 minutes.
Yeah, what happened was that looping the whole time though?
Not for us, not for me.
Okay, thank God.
I just wanted to end my last little bit here by saying, growing up as a kid, being a nerd wasn't always cool. I was in music in the marching band, and I was in football in high school. And I had learned by the time you get to high school, man, Star Trek is for nerds and geeks and losers. Didn't come out till I think 15 years after I left high school that I've got 2 or 3 friends from high school that absolutely freaking love Star Trek. And they were just as afraid of talking about it as me. And I said, well, I'm an adult. I talk to about 100 Star Trek people a week. We can be cool now. And you know what? We are. But this is what we love. And so I love being able to share that with folks. So, and Admiral, welcome back, by the way, sir. I assume 5 cadets are now in the pain booth here.
I must overtax my resources, or is just the usual StreamYard's glitch that's killing everybody. The only time it seems to never happen is their new thing is it just doesn't happen to you when you're solo. So that's nice. But when someone like you or German's here, I want to thank you for dancing with the straw hat and the cane and the striped jacket for me while I got things back together. It was and everybody, thanks for bearing with me. Paramount is a harsh scumbag mistress. They that was probably the Paramount launch missile. They'll make a video about us, will you? At this point, it's a secret hideout thing, probably, because I don't think the Paramount people have much of a problem with what I'm doing. And I would point out, I do not get copyright problems from Star Trek TV or the Star Trek movies 1 through 7. No problems from them. And I've even used stuff from Insurrection and from Nemesis. I never get, but those are separate rights holders. They're a lot cooler, and they understand the cultural significance of Star Trek. I was scared to admit I liked Trek back in the 70s and 80s and feared being ridiculed or beaten up. However, decades later, I fear admitting watching NuTrek for very different reasons. I agree. What's going to be funny is, I'm going to tell you a little secret. This is the deal. In high school, I was an outcast and a nerd. And the first year I went to kind of a talented and gifted high school, right? And
yeah.
I hated it because I'm only just, as you guys now know, I'm only just so smart, Gooner and friends. So I'm only just so smart. Right. So I leave that and I end up going to my local public high school, which is not a bad high school. It's a fun place to go to school. I liked my town, whatever. But me and my friend, we were definitely outcasts. We weren't the cool crowd. And my buddy Butch and I, and you have to be from New York to have a friend named Butch. But my buddy Butch and I, we formed we didn't, tribute bands didn't exist at the time. we formed our own original metal band, but like when we played covers, we only played Sabbath.
Mm-hmm.
So like that was our thing. Like we went to my parents' basement and jammed Black Sabbath. I played bass, he played the guitar, and like I just remember like getting stoned at like like the local teenage wasteland, and he'd be like, "Dude, could you imagine if like Kirk could fight like movie Elvis?" And I'd be like, "That fight would last forever, man." And he's like, "What do you think Elvis would be like versus the Gorn?" And it's weird because like 30 years later, that Elvis imitator is like the best replacement Kirk we ever had, so we could find out. But
sure.
yeah, Kirk versus Elvis was like we were all like our young minds and the drugs of the 80s just on the floor like laughing our asses off about it. Did we make the best choices? No, but when I go to my high school reunion, my fifth high school reunion this year, I will say to them, like instead of being afraid of Star Trek, I'm going to be like, so what do you do? It's like I have a Star Trek YouTube channel with 3,000 subscribers who are awesome, who I have a great time with every Saturday night, and they're the fucking best.
Oh hell yeah! And on that note,
the irony, exactly.
Yeah.
So back to our episode.
Yeah, we're almost
in the home stretch.
I think we're in Act 4 or 5.
We are in Act 4, and we're on pace for like maybe only a 3 to 3.5 hour saving Star Trek tonight. Who knows? Who knows? So Mayweather and Reed here are perplexed by the reactions, and this is all kind of new to them.
Promote it to the stage, please, Admiral.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. My mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Desperate measures are underway by Archer, who still cares about his friends, and this is now the most unique, weird situation they've dealt with. The observers,
and the cliched. I can't do this medical procedure with these gloves on. Doctor, I'll take my gloves off. No, don't do it. No, yeah, just total.
What was cool though was the captain did show the story. It is cliched, but the bottom line here is the captain didn't give a fuck. He wanted the doctor to be okay for the crew. He's again willing to sacrifice his life for his crew, or even just so they don't die in pain. Like, this has been Archer since the beginning of his indie arc. He's always been willing to do anything to save his crew, but now he's even going the extra miles. Like, you're not going to just desecrate their corpses. I will get back like no one left behind. You know what? We're going to do this in honor of the people we lost.
People too, like these
he's
aren't just random subordinates of his anymore. He's been through thick and thin. He's seen Hoshi on the ropes with that whole Zindi, the mind worms thing that she went through.
When you say it's been through thick and thin, like you're talking about like Hoshi's nice and thin in some places and kind of thick in the others. Like,
no, but I mean, but he's seen
Linda Park's
in some ways. That whole Zindi plot, I think, really changed him. As season 1 Archer, I don't know if he would have done this, and that just shows
told me that Bakula didn't enjoy that arc either. So the acting job he does with it, despite being less than thrilled with the whole idea, he really levels up the character.
Oh yeah, now he is so passionate. He's like, such an admirable character here that
he'd rather die than live with knowing he let Hoshi down. He doesn't fucking care.
And I don't. And you, everybody here, you could do some real soul searching and say, "Oh yeah, I would totally do this." You don't know until you're in this position, which just makes it all the much more heroic. Like, I think after doing this,
fourth time we've seen him be this heroic. Although this time he's got an intensity to it. There was a coolness when Mr. Reed was trapped on the outer hull of the ship with the landmine. This is hot-blooded, intense. I'm going to save my friends, or if I might not make it, but they're not dying. And like the only person who's dying with no one to hold their hand and help them out is me.
This is like grounds of the Presidio pin a medal on your chest level of heroism here, and they're not going to spend 5 hours on the fact that he did this. Which
he does this
makes it even better.
On a routine basis. He cares a lot about his crew. He's up there with Kirk. I don't know if it's fair to say Picard shows this kind of compassion about his crew. He's like this about his favorites, but Archer, Out of character last week, not giving a shit about someone who died.
No. To ruin it a bit. Where's Daniels? Where's Agent
Admiral
Daniels?
Teague, incoming super chat.
The dead man with a very generous $9.99 United States super chat. Dude, I have two friends in real life that even like Star Trek. That's why I like this channel, and I started my channel. I've been lost since the late 80s. Yeah, there's so few of us left, and one of the things that you could say if you want to feel urgent is look at the top line of GIFs on, like X. When you put in Star Trek, most of them are like now NuTrek stuff. Spock giving the Vulcan salute is still number one, but then it gets very sketchy, and you got to go 7 or 8 GIFs to get another TOS GIF or even TNG GIF. There's a lot of NuTrek garbage jammed in there, a lot of like frenetic, horrible cartoon shit. And we're going now into the third. We tour in the books. The third generation of fans who know Star Trek as shit. It's good. This is now turning into a tough save, guys. This last final year of hell, if we could get through it, the dead man, if we can get through this, I promise you, that while Star Trek United may not work, and while the new movie may not work, at least we'll see Kurtzman run off, and we'll get to see what we'll have hope for a while. And I hate to say this, but unless they stick the landing, and they might, who knows, they might, but should they not stick the landing, like the happiest times for this channel is going to be in early 2027 when the Kurtzman Trek's gone and there is no Star Trek. And we just talk about the old, and the half-life of the stories that they dropped on us starts to wear off. This has gotten really horrible. Disparu has absolutely been 1,000% right through all this, but we're almost done with this episode, so we could go NuTrek in a minute. The compassionate Archer shows trying to save Hoshi, and guys, you deserve to see Hoshi abs here, guys.
Yeah,
started a little more than 3 centimeters. The doctor was being a little bit cruel to Archer. It's just a tip, but boy, what a stomach, huh?
Oh yeah,
beautiful woman.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Love Linda Park, and we lose Hoshi. And by the way, she does a good job of acting when they jolt
His
her.
hair is properly modeled, MOTTLED.
It is. It's really well
from having worn the helmet.
Yes, it actually is. It's, and also from him having this disease a little bit, he's like in stage 2 now. He's starting to get the sweats and he's about to get the coughs. So we've lost Hoshi. Reed and Mayweather are possessed. They're watching this detached.
They're shocked that he took his helmet off, knowing that it would be a terminal case. They're absolutely shocked.
That's brand new. That's brand new. Whatever kind of race they evolve from, whatever species the Organians have evolved from, their physical species, it might not have been too human. It might not have been too. They might have been dicks in their organic form too. Like they seem to have evolved from some kind of like species that existed. I'm going to say somewhere between the Romulans and the and the Vulcans, but much more advanced, and still somehow a dash of Mintonkin thrown in. Am I right?
Well, maybe. I think they could also have just been so far removed from corporeal form that they eventually lost touch and lost perspective and an element of themselves that they're going to have to rediscover by their relationship with humanity, which I think maybe is what the Junior is discovering when he's in this entanglement of this occurrence while he's supposed to be an observer. I think this situation's having an effect on him that neither one of them are realizing as they experience it. Also makes me kind of wonder what level of observation they've ever had in the past with some of these other species, how hands-on of an approach they've ever had.
Oh, Gouda, you may not have been with the channel yet, but we did a night just on all of the TNG movies, and the contempt was palpable. We called them unworthy. We called the best one a decent plot hole filled action movie. We called the worst one a con, a scam, and a money grab. And we called the last one a poor excuse and a wet fart that the Star Trek on as far as it was honestly just terrible, just absolutely terrible. Am I
The
right?
Nemesis was so bad that JJ had to go and copy it for 2009.
Which I still couldn't believe it was that something that dumb happened.
Yeah.
You've got the power. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, check it out. Also, everyone should check out JJ's comments. One day we'll cover them. Maybe for like a channel celebration, we'll live react to JJ's audio commentary for Trek 09. It's got a ton of music in it. They couldn't strip that out because it's over the movie, but the things he says are fucking horrific. So this is blowing the minds of our pals, the Organians. They can't believe that Archer ripped off his helmet and that he will die to comfort his friends with no chance to save them. They've never seen that before. Now, we have to keep in mind that based on what happens in patterns of force that they don't tell the Federation, exterminate these lower life forms, that the Klingons doing what they did impressed them in a way too. That they were able to be impressed by that too. JT?
I don't know if
remember
I would
these
say
are
what
not
they-
TOS Klingons. They don't apply TOS rules to them. You have to go TNG rules. There's a donut hole here. These weird Klingons have honor and shit like that. Remember, Duras was the outlier.
Yeah, so if they had gotten rid of them, would they have dishonor and go to Grathor? Open question, I guess, on that, suppose. But
when the Klingons didn't beg for their lives and the Klingons did all the things that they did when they caught the silicone malignant microbe, they must have made either they're like something about them. You know, remember the Klingons. The logic of Star Trek is they're going to exaggerate one aspect of humanity, but they also have to be believable as a spacefaring race. They can't be like the Furies who spend their time screaming and
I think the Klingons would have a fear of malignant microbes because they are not very scientific in their application of strategy or consideration for how they act. And so I think they would be nearly downright superstitious of some of that shit.
I mean, I think if there's anything to admire about the Klingons, right, would be the shuttle that comes up to the planet gets the news from the ship that they can't come aboard, and they say, well, at least that's a more glorified death than some microbe killing us. Here's all the information we have on what's going to be a great bioweapon. And they upload that. Yeah, kapla. And there's some honor in that compared to maybe that impressed the Organians. Because remember, they were moderate. The Organians are dicks, by the way, and that holds true. I believe that Sussman got what we got. In Arena, Kirk is too impressed with the Organians. And if I'm sorry, I got confused with the Metrons. The Organians are also dicks. Kirk is not impressed with the Organians. He is impressed with the Metrons, which shows an arc for Kirk because they act almost exactly the same. With the Gorn leader, they're like, would you like us to delete him? And he's like, no, but maybe one day we'll be like you. And I'm thinking like, these guys just had you almost kill someone for like what amounts to reality TV hundreds of years in your past. You should not be impressed with them. Even before that happened, as a kid, I was just like, he shouldn't be too impressed with these weird Roman dudes who almost made him kill someone. He should be like, what do you mean I'm the savage? You know what I mean? It's like, how can you call me bad after what you made me do? Like, you just thought that, like, let's have trial by combat was totally the way to go, you know?
Yeah, some of that I would like more of the show to fill it out, you know, but then some of it would just detract from an already kind of too slow middle to this story. And I don't know if those diversions would have been much easier, more easily handled in a book. Like if this story were a book, like we would buy Enterprise number 52.
I also
51 or no 51. I would put this around 5150 maybe in a series. And then then you would
first
have
reference of the night.
room for 3 pages of discussion about what happened with the Klingons, right? But
Here's
this
one
show
thing.
has already had some pacing issues. And so I don't know if we're ever going to get that much more detail. But I think the fact that we want that just means that we're that invested in this story that we desperately want, more to surround it instead of get it over with already, kind of an idea.
So here, as we look at Jolene, I'm going to say this. I believe that she's just being Jolene here, delivering as flat as possible, because she doesn't have much to say and much that serves the story to Archer. I believe that they're moving fast, filming as fast as they can, short on money, doing their best, working with a really great idea, and that they were a little unsure. And they're like, we need like an exchange with you and Archer where like you might or may not be possessed. We haven't decided yet. We don't know how to use it. And it was just like, the emotional take had a problem, like the boom mics in picture. We can't use it. And like, go with the kind of like divorced from reality reaction where she was supposed to be possessed. People really won't notice she's a Vulcan. We can get by it. We'll give her a moment later to show it. I think that when they shot this sequence, they weren't sure whether or not they were going to use it as her possessed or her not possessed. she does not react like she's losing Archer here, honestly.
Yeah. And well, I was just going to say the real head case says it looks like DePaul's reading our chat. So that's why I'm saying logic is the best. Everyone embrace logic. Because on Far Day, you never know.
I'd be typing in high cutie if I really believed that, but it would be great if she was. That would be, maybe I should use that for like the show. It's like show our chat going by and then show like the way we have Spock watching the show. We could have DePaul like in the chat.
Yeah.
That would be a good super chat reaction. I got to remember that one. Okay, fellas.
She does not act like it's really the end, but she also had no reaction when her mom passed away 4 weeks ago during the Vulcan.
She has
trilogy.
been heavily affected by the USB stick of Sirach, by which I mean she's been reading the Vulcan Dead Sea Scrolls. And this has about as fast of a change on her as Luke learning about the Force at 11 in the morning, seeing Uncle Ohu and Aunt Beru dead at 1, and being on the Falcon at 7, where he's fully religiously converted and he's now like a Force crusader.
Admiral, the subspace message real quick for you. So yeah, it's hard to know. It's hard to know what she would really think about that, right?
Show it to me.
Oh no, I was saying what you had on screen. That'd be perfect for some art. That right there.
I understand now.
Yeah.
Okay. That is actually good. Also, like we keep we're using all our resources here. It sounds like an old commercial about sexual harassment, but they're really using all their resources. We're showing off Archer's other alternate uniform, his spacesuit. There's been alternate uniform themed like arc here since we did self-contained episodes. We gave him his Enterprise uniform for like one episode. Now he's jumping around in his encounter suit. A couple episodes back for the whole 3-episode arc, he wore his khakis. So we're trying to show everybody here that Archer's got a few looks too. They're not as cool or as dramatic as the ones for Kirk, but they're not supposed to be. I wish he had a more Starfleet uniform, and I wish by the end of the show he had a Delta symbol. But I guess if Star Trek Archer happens, that will be like probably in episode 1, right? Rolling it out for the Federation.
If we had
flag.
a season 6, we probably would have seen it along with a refit NX-01 with an engineering hull.
I was thinking about making for fans only a video where we just show stuff from Star Trek Enterprise, and we play the Judas Priest song United for Star Trek United. Just one inspirational scene after another. I don't know. I've been thinking about it. But you guys will get the video this week, and it's going to have to be watermarked. It's too late now. It's like past out of freshness date, but it's a funny 6-minute video with a few things in it that are fairly profound. I'll watermark it and give it to you guys. There's no point in putting it out on YouTube. We're going to try to get a video this week for this week's NuTrek to try to help with the conversation. one thing that we have done since we've taken over as the primary Star Trek show on Saturday nights is that we have tried to make ourselves a fighting fleet. We take some inspiration from the idea that since Star Trek is now passing into, a place where it looks like there's going to be new creators, and I very much have hope for the new creators and what they would do. But since it looks like they will have them, one of the things that we've seen a lot, and I know JT, you've seen this too. Have you seen Star Trek convention footage where Gene Roddenberry talks about how one of the entities that owns Star Trek is that and of course it belongs to the fans.
Yeah, of course. Until it doesn't. Until you're forced to conform. And how dare you not like what we force feed down your throat? Yeah.
Let's just think about this here.
Mm-hmm.
Gene Roddenberry at dozens of Star Trek conventions. You've seen it. We've both seen this lots of times. He said, Star Trek belongs to the fans, correct?
Yes.
Under the common law, a verbal contract is still a contract. I'm not saying we deserve profits from this. I'm saying that Paramount, if you want to relaunch this,
platinum profits or orbs of prophecy profits.
As long as it's not healing milk, okay? Like from NuTrek. We can't go through this any Paramount, please make it stop. But if anything, Paramount, seriously, if you want to relaunch your franchise, take us very, very seriously on this one. Maybe we're not the ones, but do not find AstroTurf superfans. Our Linda Park beginning that we show before episodes, that is a cameo that but Sean got it for me as a gift. It's a gift from Sean to me. It's the coolest piece of Star Trek memorabilia I have are from Sean. I got 2 awesome ships and Linda. And Linda is so cool in the greeting. I think I forgot to play it today because I'm so used to playing the other greeting for NuTrek. We'll play it on the way out. It's great.
Oh yeah.
Linda Park's greeting to you guys is fantastic. And we love Star Trek. So Paramount, you know what? You want to cut a year off the downtime for your franchise? It would be extremely easy to re-energize the original base, and that might make it go viral enough. If it's a good enough show, forget about people who are hooked on TikTok and won't watch long-form entertainment anymore. I have. Where's my channel short? I've forgotten about it. I'm doing okay. Tonight, we've seen this channel take in some super chats. I've heard that all they've done is lose money. And they go out there with their hat in their hand asking for it.
Oh, we saw that on Thursday, that how they bilk governments around the world for their
We
slop.
saw something like 11 government special interest groups. They have 23 producers with their hand in the trough. And it really does seem quite mercenary, more than it seems that they're sincere to any cause when you see how many things that they're trying to juggle at once. And it's the most extreme part of anything, So,
And this is kind of just a crap moment for everybody, because you're like, I can't believe they're really gone. And I'm not saying like it's a bad moment for the show. I'm saying this is just a crap moment to be in. To be the captain, to know that you're not long for the world and you try to save both of them and neither one of them are saved at all. I also can't help but look behind over there. Is that Hoshi? I don't know. But I see 2 mountains poking out from under that sheet. Admiral, what do you see?
I think it is Hoshi because before we cut, she sits up, but I don't know.
Because in this picture, it looks like maybe they did
double or like a mannequin even.
It did. Well, I was going to say it looks like they might have done some plastic surgery.
She has certainly gravity defying curves and dangerous ones at that.
Anyway, that's me thinking it's Ponfar Day, folks. So to distract from this very solemn moment in the show. But can you imagine just being Archer? Like, are you more upset about the loss of 2 of your close friends, especially Trip, or are you freaking out because you're next in about 3.5 hours?
My read is it hasn't hit Archer that he's next. He just doesn't have that level of.
I would agree.
It's not going to hit him that he's next. What's going to hit him is that he kept the rest of the crew from getting it, and he's going to make He's going to make a brave transmission before the end. He probably record a brief personal message for all members of the crew. It's like, Mr. Reed, if you see this, it's because we weren't able to cure the virus, but as tactical officer, you've been an asset to me. You need to learn to avoid your more impulsive side, but you're a solid tactician, and your read alert was a good idea, buddy. Keep it up. And I've noticed you looking at the Paul's ass and never call HR. So you know what? This was between you and me, right? And like Trip, is gone, but like whoever else, like
yeah.
Pride Weather, your secret's safe with me. You can delete this after we're done. I know all about it. I've destroyed the evidence retroactively for you. You have a clean sheet of paper going forward. Try not to get caught next time. Don't ask, don't tell isn't always going to be Starfleet's policy, Pride Weather.
And the real head case says that you look like the older relative of the critical drinker.
I guess. Yeah, maybe a little bit. That's
well, you would have had to have the critical drinker very young.
Oh,
like before you entered Starfleet Academy. Yeah.
We're not that far apart. I would have had a very interesting time in like late grammar school for sure if I was critical drinker's dad, because if I've got this figured out right, and he hasn't doxed his age, but he's given a pretty good Overton window that the man they call the critical drinker is in his mid 40s.
And he's also like 6'7", 6'8". I've met the man at a con. And
yeah, he's a lot shorter than I am.
Yeah. So you must have had a run-in with like a pure Amazon woman, or the ones from what was that episode with the fighting Q-tips in TNG where they run the planet?
Myself and Brittany Griner had that terrible encounter, but I was really drunk on Saurian brandy. Don't worry about it. It's no big deal. It's never been said before, but you know what? I'm wearing Ray-Bans, which he wears, but he wears aviators. I have Wayfarers. These are the glasses that NuTrek has made into eyeglasses.
Yeah.
But they're sunglasses. These are the best. These are some of the best sunglasses. They're worth having one pair. They will last you for life. Believe me. Believe me. Yeah, you know what? Someone please tell me what this means.
I'll tell you after the show. It's not worth taking airtime. Yeah.
Yeah, Admiral Teague's boomer moment. I'm not that old, but I can have boomer moments. What can I tell you? I'm a Gen Xer for sure. All right, so Trip, that's it. We see his vital signs plummet. Then they spike back up. He sits up. He's like, Captain Archer, I really admire you. And he's like, Trip? And he's like, not quite. And Archer sort of has been down enough weird, occultish, sort of spiritual, supernatural. Like he's been through the temporal Cold War and everything else. He's seen enough weird shit. He's seen
some shit. Yeah.
Yeah. He's been back. He's seen Detroit in the 20th century.
That's what I was
seen some shit. Exactly. I figured it out. So it's been a hell of a ride, but this is where like zombie Trip in the form of the Organian animating the corpse tells him, and it's kind of like a little bit like Independence Day, right? Like he's not really alive anymore, and he's like, I'm just using this body to communicate with you. And he's like, we've never seen anyone face it like this before. And he's like, you've made your decision, and you're gonna die, but you know what? I couldn't end this experiment without expressing to you that like I really just found something quite noble in this. And you know what? It was quite an experience. We've been doing this for a real long time. And this is going to be like a major footnote in this experiment. This has kind of changed the direction of everything, sir. You guys, 400, 500,000 years from now, we might even be able to have a meeting. And Archer is fascinated here. And then Hoshi wakes up and suddenly she's just looking like my ex-wife.
The Ilea thing is in the wrong spot. by the way.
Yeah, I didn't get that, but I think it's what they use to try to stimulate her heart. By the way, looking like my ex-wife for the first time and acting just like her. I was married to a very good-looking South Korean woman. What can I tell you? Did the show play in? It had just ended its run when I met her. There was something missing from my life. Maybe that's what happened. But anyway, the Organians have their little talk about how you've broken every rule we're all about, which you have infinite mind erase control, and no one's making. But there's a good chance no one makes it out still. Although it looks like Archer here is going to have enough command to make the heroic sacrifice.
Dude,
his ship's going to make it. They've seen ships make it before, but not like this.
He roll a straight 20, a natural 20 on persuasion. The dude had the manipulation capability of a Ferengi to talk them into. You talk about compassion. Well, here you can experience it live for yourself. It manipulates them into healing them and resurrecting them, or more resuscitating them at this point, because they've only been gone for a minute.
Makes a assertion here about the legacy characters. T'Pau was in the Forge trilogy. I don't think we're going to see her again. She's hanging out with the USB stick of Serac, just learning. And the next time she shows up in Star Trek, the T'Pau character is in Amok Time. So that character does come back in Star Trek, but I thought that this could have been any all-powerful aliens. That part was true. However, I will assess what this does to the Organians at the end. We got to give you something to stick around for, right? But yeah, good point. But this is a legacy species. So this is when Archer makes them his compassionate plea. Maybe you've lost touch with your humanity and your compassion, and maybe, you need to learn.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
6'7" is a dumb joke from fucking South Park, but it caught on. Okay, I know to Google 6'7" South Park. I'll see the joke and I'll finally understand it. Did this just happen?
Yeah, no, it was the last year thing.
Okay, well, end of the year.
So we're old, so that means it's not cool anymore unless you go to elementary school. When my 3-year-old came home and just started looking at my wife and I and shouting 6'7", we're like, oh my God.
We have to have a talk. All right. Yeah, you know what?
High school, so she knows all of the hip skibbity. So it's one of those things where you have to stay on top of it. But now that we understand now, it's not cool anymore.
Gotcha. All right. I want to say that this PSA brought to you by the Dead Man, where we get a little bit of context on 6'7", and at least I'll be able to find out what it is. What can I tell you? Yeah, I'm glad I'm old enough that this generation's version of gag me with a spoon or whatever the fuck it means, is not that current to me. I'm glad it takes that long for it to filter to me. Keeps me a rooted cultural observer and authentic. If I came on next week and did stories about K-pop, you'd be like, Admiral's gone insane and it's not him anymore. Somebody else with the same voice. And thank you to the Dead Man. You know what? We've gotten a bunch of super chats tonight. Maybe we need a few moments here of media where we talk about the future.
Here, we'll be honest with ourselves, and we'll get after it as a Navy.
The Admiral says he came to see the damage for himself, meeting with the sailors and crews who fought the fire, one that will go down in history.
We've not seen a fire of this magnitude in a Navy ship in recent memory, at least in my career.
He says the two biggest obstacles were the winds and the explosions.
There were times when he had to back those firefighters off the ship. At one point, the explosion was so great that it blew debris across the ship.
And now, the investigation begins.
And we need to go through this catalog it all and get an understanding of whether or not we had it right.
The Admiral says the next main steps are doing a safety investigation, a criminal investigation, a command investigation to figure out if the right procedures were in place and if they were followed, and a structural, mechanical, and electrical assessment of the ship with the help of people who built and know the ship. Then, a determination of the future of the USS Bonhomme Richard.
I am 100% confident that our defense industry can put this ship back to sea. But having said that, the question is, should we make that investment in a 22-year-old ship?
And once this is complete, the Admiral also made a promise to share this information with the community. Leah Pizzetti, ABC 10 News.
The Admiral says they're communicating with every
Hey, little fun. That was the first ever Admiralty show. Started with that introduction. I thought it was a cool way to introduce the way I do my show. It's 85 seconds of what happened. There was a disaster at a Navy ship in port. USS Bonhomme Richard was destroyed via arson, and they had an admiral talking about how broken it was. So it's a metaphor for Star Trek. The admiral says, this is the worst disaster we've ever seen. The admiral says we need to take a look at the core causes. Like the admiral says, we need to do a systemic check of everything on this ship. The inspection includes people who built the ship and those who designed it. We need to look at this as a Navy and assess what went wrong so this never ever happens again. And what's funny is our pal Roman of the Empire served on that ship until it blew up.
Oh, no
it
way.
It blew up in port. No one died. We didn't make light of a real tragedy. It's a financial tragedy. A $1.8 billion ship had to be towed out and dumped. But as far as the newsworthiness, yeah, I thought it was a good way to frame like what the Admiral Teague's showing up. And it's like one of the things he says, like, I'm sure we can fix it, but should we? Like that is a real, everything about that news clip was perfect for a show called Saving Star Trek. That was the launch audio of the first ever Saving Star Trek. So I thought it would be fun to let everybody hear it. We needed some kind of video. You guys have been so generous tonight. Thank you so much. It's been a wild couple of months with the NuTrek. And again, those like I know I'm pretty sure Jerm has said this a few times, but I think Bird of Prey 5 would like how we like have taken our shots at NuTrek. We've seen a lot of the stuff we say percolate on up. I don't presume that people have stolen our jokes, but some of the problems are so obvious. Some of the jokes just so write themselves that like we're beating major people to the punch with the jokes. We're there first. We're doing it live. Disparu beats everyone because he's just a machine and because these shows drop at 8 a.m. in England. So he gets a good night's sleep and he can crank out something in 5 hours and it drops in time here. And he's a genius. He's great. We love Disparu. So, but at any rate, we thank you all. So as we close out our final act here, Archer makes a compassionate plea and he at this point moves both Organians. And this turns into like, I guess they're having their chess match.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. He rolled a natural 20.
Yeah,
persuasion here.
As the Organians themselves play their little game between themselves, of they're sort of like the older Organian has done this so many times, and even though he's like this awesome being of pure energy, he kind of is like a cat toying with his prey. He's like, I like watching them twitch before they die. Come on, man, it's fun. It's the fun part when they all die. And he keeps saying, someone always dies. And he's like, when Hoshi dies, like they both look at each other and like kind of like give the knowing look. And he's like, see? And so at this point, I believe this is post-recovery, right? Everyone's mind's been wiped.
Yes.
No one knows how. Everyone's
well, they all
just
stared
fine.
at a pen light, a red pen light.
Right?
And there you go at the paper towel.
There's the paper towels. I stopped it here. I want to take down the comments for a moment. Just those paper towels, sirs and madams, they have been in so many episodes. Can we get them more in focus? Damn. They didn't really truly get their moment, but they're on screen for a second there. And, Archer, like he wins the argument with the aliens. Our brave captain with the gift of persuasion I have to say, this is one of his 3 or 4 most Kirk-like moments in this show.
Yeah.
In the entire show. This is a Kirk-like moment. Like, better for me, better for you, better for them.
But
them
he
being the
looks very
whales.
seasoned in this shot. They did
You think
not
he's
make
looking like
about
a
his
rough
crow's
48?
feet. Yeah. Yeah. He's much more experienced in life than Kirk was at this point.
He's a 48-year-old guy.
Yeah.
He's playing a 48-year-old guy.
Yes,
Right.
he is, isn't he?
Archer was supposed to be like 40 to 46, 45 when the show starts. Now, the thing is, we also assume humans age less intensely than they do now. Their lifespans have been expanded to an average of 100 years, the Organians say. Their lifespans are about 100 years. They say it very matter-of-factly. They don't hedge it or nothing. So the Organians, right there, a little bit of exposition. You can count on like 15 more years in 100 years, which tracks with history. I mean, whatever. And like Archer, he'll probably make it to 120, right? Isn't that what it said in his autobiography when we froze for him?
I can't remember.
It had his career as a Starfleet. It said he was the first president of the Federation, so we get that. So Bakula
Probably had some really good denobulin doctors, that really helped out.
Alien life form. What is the am I missing something here? Is this like 6-7 again, or we're just joking around?
You're not.
Okay, no problem there. Yeah. The quantum leap is over. That was a little bit of an influence on this episode too. And there you have it. We don't know what it is. Good question for another time. The Starfleet docs will figure it out down the line. All we know is I'm glad everyone's okay. Whew, that was a nightmare. We really tested our moral fiber and we found out we deeply cared about each other. And here in a set, probably from Star Trek 6 that looks real good, or from Star Trek Nemesis, it looks great. Their hallway is fantastic. It's the most hallway we've ever had. Unfortunately, we don't have any background actors, but in this scene, they'd be a problem anyway, right? Because we're supposed to be talking in confidence. So they've gone to a secluded part of the ship. And they have their final discussion about their point of view. And he says, you know what? I don't know about this species. You moved the goalpost enough to change my mind a bit. And he's like, not only have I moved the goalpost for you, but I'm going to add to my report that we need to develop an imminent first contact protocol with them. We're going to run into them pretty soon. And he's like, we probably barely have 5,000 years to get ready for them, was what the Alpha One says. And I found that to be absolutely hilarious and a great way to end it. It was fun. This was a fun episode of Star Trek.
Yeah.
It was lighthearted. And yet we still had these wonderful beings that were, all right. They could have been any other beings. The fact that they were Organians does not hurt Errand of Mercy. I rewatched Errand of Mercy today. The Organians are condescending dicks in that too. So this is not, they were not greatly out of character. The assumption that one would be much younger is sort of built into the story.
They were
I don't think
far more
crazy
involved.
Here.
They were far more involved than just the original observer here in the TOS episode. Were they not?
They were more involved in TOS, or they're more involved here?
They were more involved in TOS.
Yeah, this would track what they had been observing other species. This is exactly the kind of like unfeeling thing the Organians would do. Like they were indifferent about people getting themselves hurt, but they were very opposed to people hurting each other. So they had some compassion, but I guess some of it was considered to be an offshoot of this. Their familiarity with both races, both species, that keeps them from wanting to hurt anybody certainly is built into this episode in a way that I consider notable.
Yeah. So I think it ended on just the perfect note.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Hey, Radioactive says, what happened to the Inorganians? Wouldn't that be Han Solo, who was in Organa? Right? He was in there.
Maybe.
I mean, if we were to believe that Kylo Ben is really their kid, I mean, we see them talking about it, right? She's like, thanks for the child support, asshole. And hell, Wes Cagle is now with us. West Cagle. If you want to jump in later after we end this, West Cagle, there's a pass and you can hang out and chat for a while. I don't know how much time JT has, but
I've got a little bit of time.
Yeah, I'm probably going to hang out after we're done for a little bit because we're going to wrap this one up in about 15 minutes. It seems to be the foreseeable length. So don't go anywhere. We still have some high energy ideas and some overall criticisms where we talk about our ideas and our notes. But Radioactive, thank you for the $2 Greenlandian greenback super chat. Coin of the realm. Sir. So yeah, make sure to give the Boy Scout salute. Otherwise, it's stolen valor, right?
No, you're fine.
It's only just so interesting that we have this guy. There's just if your channel gets beyond 500 people, I hate to say it, but you're going to get an obsessive person who's an asshole who hates you. And there's this guy who we have to keep an eye on him, but he comes up in the humor sometimes, when you hear us joking about Albertan independence and other stuff, it's about this guy that we just call Snow Troll. And he's no big deal, but JT sometimes teased me up with the Snow Troll jokes, and
there's only 4 people in the world that know them, and I've said 9 of them tonight, and you may only have heard one.
So here's the deal: we're not going to name the person, we're not going after them on X, we're never going to trash them. But there's a Snow Troll. There's a guy up in Canada who's just hates us, and
I might give to their dental GoFundMe though.
No, they have social medicine up there in Canada.
Oh,
come on, right. When he stands shoulder to shoulder with the other Canadians and sings the Internationale with their national anthem. Go Canada! What kind of national anthem is that?
It's perfectly good in the right context.
Go Canada. Anyway, the only thing cool about Albertan independence, it would make the silhouette of the United States look like a shark, swimming through the world. The thing that sucks about it is it's rather unsightly and asymmetrical. I kind of like the way the United States looks. In Star Trek, they never show it going to include Alberta, but we'll do the Alberta independence jokes at the end of the show. Let's talk about our episode here. You know what? There's not oh wow, hey. The long-range sensors have made a detection.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
I want to thank Gooner70NS for the $5 Great Britain super chat. Thank you, sir. Thank you for making me feel so welcome here and the warmth and love. You guys are all awesome. Hey, come on during one of the weekday talk shows and hang out. I have guests now and stuff. If you're on X, I'm Admiral_Teague. And you know what? Yep, we thank you for the generous £5 chat. It's not €1 anymore. You guys took your currency back. And I think you'll be taking your freedom of speech back and taking your government back in due time. I think the outrage there is about where one would expect it to be. So, you know what? We salute you, and thank you. So here's the thing: everything we do, we your channel will get a troll. Back to our story. Your channel will get a troll. So the reason why I say things like I have to give the Boy Scout salute is because there really will be just DMs to people out of nowhere from Snow Troll. I know Admiral Teague. He's a real dick. He's a stolen valor. It's meanwhile, this guy hates New York because of me so much that every 9/11 he comes so close to endorsing Bin Laden. It's insane. The guy is a radical jihadist.
Sure.
Yeah,
so
he's a jerk-off jihadist, this guy. And every once in a while, we just we fall into mocking him. So sometimes the igloo jokes and the snow jokes, it's become a little too prevalent for it to be anything but admitted to. But it's an inside joke. And if this person wants to come out and self-identify, I think it's about me, we're only going to deny it because you know what? Every channel, you get past 500 people, you're going to have one malcontent who just can't let it go. So that's where the Snow Troll jokes come from. But as far as this episode, JT, why don't you give your assessment here?
Yeah,
Then
so
you'll
sure.
give me your grade.
This whole episode was, a small story, which I like. This episode also notably does not have a B story, which I like. For it being so self-contained and also not split up, it gave enough time for things to really get what they were due in terms of the observers as well as the crew. Now, you could say that maybe that's a quasi B story. I don't know. I'm not interested in picking nits on that piece. I will say that it is not quite 100% perfect. I think it does drift off a little bit too much into canon foolery land. And I know you and Germ, Admiral, were saying, no, it's safe, and I get that. It just also suffers a little bit in the middle from some pacing issues. And that's not because it doesn't have a B story. I just think that maybe the script needed just a little bit more work and it would have been there. Like it's 95% of the way there and just not 100. So it does tend to drag in the middle. And so it just sags like I don't know, but you've got a solid intro and a solid ending.
Little low energy there in the middle, honestly, for lack of a better term.
Yeah. In
low energy.
But it's not so derivative that you just get bored, right? So
realistically, it's not designed to be boring.
Right. So coming from the format that I don't really care for with the long season-long story arches, this just feels good to me on so many different levels. I think they gave the actors exactly the level of role and that their capabilities have for them. The only thing that really kind of miffed me a little bit was T'Pol and some of the crew didn't really give you the sense of gravity that Hoshi and Trip had actually just expired.
Yeah, anytime you go after a woman, we have to play it. I mean, Schwarzenegger, he's too great. He's too great.
So there's just some things that just make it just shy of perfection. Just shy of perfection. When I watched this by myself this week, I was thinking a very strong B plus, like maybe an 88%, but I'm going to up revise my score to a 90% A minus.
Oh, wow.
Stylistically designed to be that way, and you can't undo that, but we can diminish the effects of it.
Oh, sure. That's what you did. Thank you, George.
Yeah. George sometimes really can be the voice of reason here. He has some observations that are right on, and then sometimes you just get a emotional outburst from people like Arnold.
Ask you a bunch of questions. I want to have them answered immediately.
Just calm down, all right?
Bitch.
Go to HR.
I've
Keeps
questions about
misgendering
you
me.
and your tenure as governor, sir. Okay.
Every time I go to Arnie, he misgenders me. You know what? He's going to have to go down to HR and face the universal rule of HR that every HR person except JR's is older, really unattractive white woman. Isn't that just weird how that happens?
Yeah.
I don't know why. Here's the thing, guys. By the way, JT got a promotion this week. JT, congratulations on this one. JT is now our DEI compliance officer. Congratulations.
Oh, I thought that was Krimlon's job.
Krimlon, actually,
Krimlon, yeah.
He was turning into a pipeline for Talaxians to get into the show. Yeah, he had a Discord. There was a bunch of Talaxians there, and also we caught him talking in a positive light about NuTrek. So Krimlon's going to get demerit. Oh, hey, give this episode a 6 of 7. Computer, what do you think?
The Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions. Arab women stripped them of their tunics and their swords and lances. The soldiers lay naked in the sun. 2,000 years ago, I was here. Well, this match will not be postponed.
Thank you for the generous $1.99 super chat, Dead Man. I thank you very much. All right, so here's the deal. And everyone's earned patent tonight. You never have too much patent. But you know what? One thing I learned early in my YouTube career is people love patent. So put your stamp all over it and make that your channel branding if you're me. Now anyone else doing it, they'll be like, they're just ripping off Admiral Teague. I would point out there are other good military movies. You go to Full Metal Jacket, right? Someone out there with a Star Trek channel, go start pilfer Full Metal Jacket for sound bites. JT, what do you think?
Let's get some.
I have, yeah, good answer. It took me a second. It's like I was a nanosecond behind. Kubrickian there. Let's see. One thing for sure is OG Trek was not immune to poor episodes. Most 90% of them dawdled all of the new Trek all day and all night and all day. Oh yeah, Trump. That, you know what? It does. It trumps
Sir,
it.
that was so controversial. Sir.
It's all right. He's allowed to use the word. It's okay, right?
Sir, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
We tend not to cross over the grading between shows because what is an A in TOS next to an A in Voyager, right? But what we can say is Starfleet Academy, every episode has been an F on its own scale.
And a deeper F than the one before.
Yes.
And by the way, don't ever apologize for your grammar. I want to make something clear here. We come to YouTube to be a community, and in this community, we are not typing treatises. We're communicating. Okay, so don't worry if you use the wrong form of there or you fuck up. And I have the OCD too, where I go back and correct myself. And that's it's not I'm not saying don't do it. If you feel the
it's a live show.
Yeah, if you feel the need to do it, go ahead and do it. Do it, whatever makes you happy. Like, we love to have the comments. The more, the merrier. Like, talk all you want, talk to each other, develop your theories, tell us what you think. We love hearing from you. We love you guys. But don't ever feel bad about messing up your grammar. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't ever feel bad. I myself am dyslexic, and JT has seen some real great sentences from me. Although
I have seen great dyslexia over the year from the Admiral Teague.
When I accidentally wrote to delete all the NuTrek writers now, and you were just like, sir, and I was like, oh, I forgot to leave out the LOL. That time I was dyslexic. And with another, thank you very much. If you had to choose one Star Trek Valentine, who?
Well, it wouldn't be 3 of 10 from Starfleet Academy.
It's only one night, so I'm not stuck with this forever, and I can forget about it. How about Sylvia from Cat's Paw? She could be any woman. Okay. So like all night long, I'm just like, be young Jennifer Connelly. It's like you go at it until like you just can't anymore. Then they go.
No, Admiral, I'm going to restrict you. I'm going to restrict you to Voyager, and it can't be 7 of 9.
B'Elanna and the Captain at the same time.
Oh, I'm going with Seska.
Oh, I'm only allowed to choose one.
Joran Seska.
Oh, I remember. Is that? How about this? The Dabo girl that Jake dates from Deep Space Nine.
Oh,
it's pretty hot.
Yeah.
Pretty hot. Or how about this? Jadzia.
Yes. Yes.
What a body. What a body. I mean, Jolene Blaylock too. I mean, there's no. Jolene Blaylock and Jadzia are somewhat prettier than, in my opinion. And you can see taste here. None of these women are unattractive, but I find them to be a lot prettier than 7 of 9. 7 of 9 is really good looking, and she's really hot, and her boobs keep getting bigger as she gets older, so I appreciate that too. But she is really hot, but it's a different kind of look, and also like. For whatever reason, she was a pretty good actress. She doesn't have the nicest, most pleasant speaking voice. Kind of.
What about Nurse Chapel? I'm thinking Nurse Chapel.
Nurse Chapel kind of was like a little bit of. She kind of has Ripley jaw.
Okay.
But thank you so much, The Real Head Case. My one Star Trek Valentine. You know what? For old time's sake, let's say. You know what? Uhura. Original Uhura, Nichelle. How about Nichelle?
I think I'm
no
a
one
Bev
would fault
guy,
me.
Admiral, and I'd be a Bev guy. and also be like a complete, like, I don't know, just an asshole to Wesley the whole time about it. Like say the most inappropriate
That's right,
things.
Wesley.
Yeah, shit like that all day, right?
That's what your mom called me while I was laying it into her all night last night.
Something like
Wesley's
that, right?
girlfriend in the game was Ashley Judd.
Yes.
Her name might have been Leffler though. That might be her character name, but it was Ashley Judd. So Star Trek used to be where careers started instead of died, like with Admiral Aki and her freaking.
Yeah, Kurtzman Trek is like the Raiders, the the Oakland Raiders.
Let me segue back to Star Trek for a minute, and I'll give my thoughts on this, and then we'll let our fans have the last word. I absolutely love this episode. I found it deeply entertaining. I found it fun. I thought it was a new way to throw our characters at us as observed by these characters. I thought it had been quite long enough before we reversed the lens and had someone else prime directive the people of Starfleet. I thought it was quite long enough. It was a well-earned idea. If you want to call the Organians member berries, you can, but I choose to say that they were used well enough. If you want to call them member berries, that is fair. I will say this. They did serve the story. Their pre-existing powers and power sets and traits were all deeply respected. They were imbued with all of one new trait, which seemed to align with the rest. It was not like a NuTrek Betazoid, even where they can read foundlings. They can read changelings, rather. It was respectful and reverential. And I also give this episode an A. And I also give this episode high marks for imaginative science fiction. I thought that this was highly science fiction. And just like it was unfortunate that you weren't able to be here to talk about your feelings about the episode that we did last week. You were here on Tuesday, so we got that out. Sean, unfortunately, he's the one I would want to hear the most about from whether he thought this one was really sci-fi or not.
Interesting.
I would really love to hear that.
RRT and Z gave it an A. I think Germ gave it an A. What letter do you give it?
An A. I give this episode, and honestly, I thought it was an A plus. I thought it was like this is really perfectly, but for so many reasons, perfectly placed in the season after another self-contained.
So once again, I'm the dark, depressing Russian author.
Oh, you know what? With an A. You're with an A, you're fine.
Yeah.
A minus, and I'm an A. But no, I also gave Voxola an A because I thought that episodes that really rely on things that are core to Star Trek, like relying on the captain to radiate strength and elevate the performance of others, is always something great. And when you mix that with completely new life that we've never seen before, as long as it's not insultingly dumb, like the Furies, we're set. And the audience, you, our friends, you guys always get the last word on this one. So let's take a look. We got 30 votes. We also got 32 likes. If we get 3 more, that super turbocharges it, but 30. What a compliment. And again, I think I said this earlier, but if you've just got here, your time, your attention, your support, your retweets and your likes. What an amazing validation. And for those of you who have contributed financially, I couldn't thank you more. I really couldn't thank you more. But all of you, this community, defying the odds. Look at us all here, defying NuTrek, celebrating old Star Trek, giving Paramount reason to know that that there is still interest. If nothing, our shows have proven there is still interest in original Star Trek, and that people want to know about what the hell's going on in the NuTrek just so they can watch it end. By the way, before I give the audience plots, just my notes, B plot would have been very hard to write with the with the body snatcher thing. What's too quickly to change of pace?
The Dead Man's last update.
You fuck.
Mary.
you fuck Luxwana because you have alcohol. You kill Troy because that's what everyone wants.
Marry.
You marry Crusher. It's FMK.
No, he
fuck, marry,
said marry
kill.
Troy, delete Crusher.
FMK, Troy's mom, Troy, Dr. Crusher.
Do you do it in that order? Do you do it in that order? Do you do it in reverse order?
I think
So
he's
you
asking
delete
I don't
Dr.
think he's
Crusher,
suggesting in
you
order.
marry Troy, and then you befriend Troy's mom. I
That
think
works
that's
for
the
me.
funnier order.
Troy's mom is a consistently funny character, and good one, Dead Man. You got the chat laughing, and you got the admiral. Like, my brain is trying to find a way to square this one. Like, what would I do in that situation? That is like the toughest fuck, marry, kill of all time. I mean, no matter what, I'm fucking Crusher. I'm fucking her a lot. It comes down to like, what do I do with Troy and her mom? I'm fucking Crusher a lot. Maybe marrying her. I might marry Crusher. Like, we're talking first season Gates McFadden. Yeah, like I'm living there. I'm owning it. Yeah, absolutely. And you can forget about New Jack. She'd be like, "This is Wesley. Your half brother Teague is already smarter than you and kicked your ass. He's very aggressive, Mom. Yeah, he's not a soy bitch like you, Wesley."
Yeah.
All right, so we love NuTrek. And then I guess like for the last few minutes of the show, we'll talk about our other show. We have another program, sirs and madams. You may have heard of it. It is called the Star Trek Alike. It comes your way on Thursdays. It's at 9:30 most weeks. We don't do a watch party for Star Trek Academy because fuck that. It's a nightmare and no one should sit through the whole thing straight through. It is really, really painful. It is really, really awful. And I don't advise it to anybody. That being said, we are Star Trek addicts and we watch everything Star Trek. So we're going to watch it anyway. We've been sharing our insights with you. The reactions couldn't have been better. They were really fucking petty. I am fighting them over the copyright claim on last week's show. Fuck them. They don't have a right. That was fair use. Every clip was under 5 seconds. They're just trying to stifle it. Thankfully, I'm not a European YouTuber. I'm an American. I feel bad for the video essayists. This is a way to suppress criticism, this over enforcement of their copyright and this misuse of fair use. I have gone 3 for 3 prevailing against Paramount every time with NuTrek. Kurtzman, meet me on the field of battle. You with your crew, me with mine. I won't turn on the view screen. We'll have an audio-only transmission one way from my ship to yours. I have no interest in anything you have to say. Then we'll turn on our shields, fight it out, and that engagement will decide the future of Star Trek. That would be my preferred outcome, JT. What do you think?
I like it. I like it a lot.
If
a lot.
This is when we really miss Sean. We needed the Kurtzman, meet me in the Delphic Expanse. You and your one. I don't have to listen to any of your nonsense. And I'll blow you and your intersectional lot of freaks out of the sky. I have had it with the NuTrek. Sirs and madams, we believe that accountability is the only way the Kurtzman gravy train of failure will ever end. This is a historic event where we have people this incompetent doing Star Trek. Please join us on Thursday at 9:30, where we will have episode 7 of Star Trek. And at this point, we have to ask ourselves, why not drop all of it at once? Why not drop all of it at once? Just drop all 4 final
for an hour. For an hour.
Just drop 7, 8, 9, and 10 all at once. Just drop them all. Yeah, and then pull them all. Leave them up as long as you have to. Let Kurtzman sell his fucking discs. No one want to buy them. No one cares. Yeah, the real head case got a good one here. Skirtsman. #Skirtsman. That was funny. I didn't make that one up. That was legit funny. You know what? He's put, Kurtzman. We've heard that one. Klotzman. Look, your social media accounts are yours. I won't tell people what to do. I personally do not engage with Kurtzman. I don't think he's on social media. He doesn't have the guts to face up to people. And when he talked to Mark D with a C at that convention, like that was probably partially astroturfed, he lied right to Mark, saying that this would be a Star Trek-like show. Strange New Worlds and this would be, and especially Starfleet Academy would be a Star Trek-like show.
Yep.
Mark called that a lie outright. Now, Mark, very honorable guy. We love Mark D with a C. If you're out there lurking, hey, buddy, check out his show. It's great. On Sunday Night Geekery and when he plays Fortnite. And if Mark D with a C calls you a liar, you're lying up a storm. Shame on you.
Oh, of course. Of course.
And Kurtzman always a very low energy liar. He's like, it'll be more like the Star Trek that you grew up with. I couldn't believe that he walked into that premiere with the writer and let her take every question. Like, he didn't try to be like, it looked like he was deferring to his wife and just being really soy. But then when I saw the picture of the writer when Sean did the montage, I realized that was the head writer. So Kurtzman, I guess, went there stag, or he isn't married. I don't really know. I watch his work. I don't really care about Kurtzman's life. He could be gay, he could be straight. It wouldn't bother me. I don't care. Kurtzman can love whoever he wants as long as he didn't break any laws, you know. And
if you were gay, that would explain a lot from some of your stories about clubs.
And if you're not gay, it's like you're giving the impression that you don't have the courage to follow through with it, and you're just living vicariously a gay life through every Star Trek fan by inflicting pain on us. And you're not, like, we have said this before, guys. We try to keep it like sort of apolitical here. We joke around. We do have the Trump audio and stuff like that. But the bottom line is this: like, that's kind of like the stuff that even like both sides find funny. It's lighthearted. It's not instructional. We don't tell you how to live. And everyone here who's an adult, this is for adults. I mean, do we have to tell you? That's like, and we are sarcastic here. This is not a kid's show. But you know what? Like, even we find the topics of Star Trek, Starfleet Academy repulsive, crass, inappropriate. And I do not like when they try to call this a young adult show. And then we have, like, the heterosexual relationship is dysfunctional, mutual stalking, and the gay relationship is, like, right on. It's right on. It's also like not a gay relationship that any member of the gay community would find endorse, because there's no culmination of a kiss or anything like that. It's just like they're grabbing each other's inner thighs before they go into battle and looking each other longingly in the eyes. It's like, oh wow, state of 1979 edginess. Thank you so much, Kurtzman. This man is so stuck in the early 90s too, as far as when the music they played was so absolutely horrible. We got great music tonight in this episode of Enterprise.
We did.
The music we get, we really did, and it was another great standalone episode. These writers who can do 3-episode arcs and do standalone episodes can end every story they write. The only reason this show ends so poorly is because it gets handed off to Jonathan Frakes in a stupid move. They mess up their own ending. We'll admit it. We didn't like the temporal Cold War, but the future seems to belong to the Captain Archer prequel show on the small screen. If that should happen, if they use the temporal Cold War to bring Trip back, we really do need Connor Trenier in an Enterprise sequel show. I'm not that interested in the show without him, especially since it seems the actress now identified as Jolene probably isn't going to act. I would really like to see Connor Trenier back, and I would like to see him in the captain of a refit Enterprise or a new Enterprise, depending upon which way they want to take it. A refit would be better.
I think a refit would be better. Agreed. Yeah.
We love that ship already. They've put so much more work into that ship than any other ship. It's the most beloved. You, our fans, always get the last word in the NuTrek episode. For the episode, 30 votes. What grade do you give episode Observer Effect? An A, 30%. B, 43%. 73% of you thought this was very good Star Trek. C, 17%. D, 10%. Notable. At least that's we can do the math. 30 votes, 3 people. That's 80% 85 people thought that it was a D or an F out of the 300,000 that voted. Because we know how this math works here. And we want to thank all 120,000 people watching right now in what is the biggest Star Trek broadcast in the history of YouTube.
A free and fair poll. Yeah.
Free and fair poll. And no one ate while they were taking the poll, or we'll nullify your vote. But thank you. And we're going to end the poll now. You guys get the last word. It seems to be an A- or a B+. I'm a little more giddy about this. We've seen that I'm pretty consistent, though. I'm going to like action. Like, you'll win me over with action. I like it, but I consistently save my highest marks for New Life, a Star Trek-like adventure. In this case, we have a bottle episode that might be the best bottle episode made in Star. This stands in the top 10 bottle episodes of all the franchise, honestly. This is a really good bottle episode.
Yeah, quite possibly. I'd have to really think about ranking them, but yeah, it's pretty solid. I wouldn't knock it. I would say go ahead, watch
bottle episodes
every time.
You would have to. Yes, I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I don't know. Go for it.
I think if we had a poll of just bottle episodes and it could only be 10, we would be remiss not to talk about this one.
Sure.
No outside actors. No enemy ship. Nothing. We see a planet. We don't go to it, but we get the new life vicariously comes to the ship. So good enough. And Hoshi and Trip are coming back from the planet on the shuttle pod. So that's cool enough. I liked the reference to the story Andromeda Strain was appropriate because they did acknowledge where it came from. It was a proper homage. They kind of like footnoted it with like, we did do the Andromeda Strain a little bit with this one. And they didn't get that deep into it, but there was some body snatching too. And I think in my notes, just also was the real captain that they need for NuTrek is Captain Benson from SVU, but that's its own note.
You want Star Trek Captain Benson?
I think Captain Benson from SVU needs to come in and clean up the mess for NuTrek. I mean, guys, NuTrek. I mean, we're a little worse every week. We think they're going to top themselves again this week. We really do. Like,
how would you know? They didn't put a real crew on the ship last week.
Yeah, you wanted to answer that. Like, let's talk about Captain Kirk bringing cadets into danger.
Yeah, well, yeah. As I talked in the beginning of the show, yeah, there's some losers really on X that are standing for Starfleet Academy so hard that they wanted to say this week was the perfect homage and tribute and Wrath of Khan reimagined and all this bullshit. And then they started to say, well, you know, when they got criticism for Captain Ake being so incompetent that cadets lost their lives under her watch, and they had no business being there. They could have been in a holodeck. Should have never.
One of these cadets is 3 months old.
Mm-hmm.
She survives, but she gets shot. Now she can get shot. She couldn't get shot 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Now,
yeah,
with the looping traits, now she can get shot.
Exactly. And all of this, and they're like, well, but Captain Kirk put cadets in harm's way and lost a bunch of cadets to Khan. Never. And oh, by the way, our actor for Braca, fake news Braca, he's just our Khan. Yeah. No. First of all, they were midshipmen, which
we already closer to some kind of weird cross between Nero and the asshole from Nemesis
and Lord Garth.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm. No, they were midshipmen that Kirk brought on. It was a new crew, but they still had about maybe half the crew were veterans. There were a lot of older people in that crew. It was not a 100% first semester academy cadets. And oh, by the way, also nobody on there was morbidly obese on the crew. These midshipmen were finishing up or had already graduated from their academy training. And we're doing like your first sea trial rundown cruise. when he took them there. They knew what they were doing. Remember,
like the real military, Scotty had been around so long that the fact that he was a little overweight was going to be overlooked. Hey, yeah.
Captain
his
Scott's
name was on the wall at Starfleet
when the other trainees ran. Yeah. They knew what they were doing.
They need to stop talking about Chief Ensign
They
Peter
need to
Prescott.
they need to take Star Trek out of their GD mouths. That's what they need to do. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if Jada Pinkett Smith could write Star Trek, she would be writing Star Trek Academy. It is really effing bad, folks. As far as the good Star Trek goes tonight, I really enjoyed this episode. I mean, we probably are grading them a little higher than we would if we were only doing this. Just to finish out my other notes, these are the things that went into this one. You can connect this episode to, and JT, I don't know if you just want to go check or add to this one, but I'll run down, and if you have a thought, go. If not, just acknowledge it. Here we go. These are the episodes I found mixed up in the mix, and I thought that they were all handled respectfully. Thoughts? Errand of Mercy's in here.
Yes.
Returns tomorrow, where Dr. Pulaski's the red shirt, and we meet the energy, the glowing orbs that have the Patrick in them.
No.
Here's why I feel that way. They are moved by the Organians are changed by going into the human corporal form, and the forms of the humans, the emotions in there, affect them a little differently than the Organians on the planet, who find it disgusting. They find it a little bit invigorating, and they get back in touch with their primitive compassion, which is an emotion. And compassion is a primal emotion. Remember, we have Neanderthals and even like Australopithecines that have shown that they were cared for by others in their tribe.
Okay.
And wolves do it, right? Wolves do it. So, return to tomorrow. Patterns of Force.
Where's the relationship there? I don't see it.
They're observing and they're not supposed to interfere, but they do. Didn't think I'd be able to connect that, but those are real points. Pretty good, right?
A very loose Prime Directive-esque
Federation
idea.
Cultural Observer, misunderstood John
I'm calling
Gill
you
is sent to the
you just
study.
want to talk about patterns of force.
Listen, misunderstood Federation Cultural Observer and historian John Gill is sent to study a developing planet called Ecos, okay? And he ends up contaminating it by introducing Yahtzee-like ideology to improve efficiency. The Enterprise investigates the fallout from this failed covert operation. This covert operation doesn't go the way they thought it would either.
Okay.
All right. So at any rate, I also got in there. Who Watches the Watchers? Schizoid Man, Insurrection, the whole movie, and an honorable mention to Return of the Archons and Bread and Circuses involve power cultures and non-interference.
Yes, you're hitting heavy on the Prime Directive Observer theme. With
those were the honorable mentions.
Yeah,
the ones that I really feel are in there are The Cage, The Menagerie, same thing really, but whatever. Errand of Mercy, Patterns of Force, and Who Watches the Watchers.
Yeah. Okay.
A little bit of Schizoid Man, and Pen Pals gets an honorable mention too.
All right.
Because they're not supposed to help in Pen Pals, but they do.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
It's definitely been done before, but this did it in its own way. Sure.
All right. 4 hours. I think that we've given this one due attention. That's a full night's shift of Star Trek. And we love you all. You've had to look at these things. You should get to look at Sydney Sweeney. And you know what? Like the end of the show bump goes up. It's not that we're so profound. It's that we switch to Sydney Sweeney at the end, and like 5 more people open up their browser because they know Sydney's here. All right. We're gonna have her dance like Salome for you, but first, we let's sum up all of Kurtzman's Trek with his best quote.
This is a personal.
Oops, sorry.
This is a personal massager.
That's even that sound clip has terrible sound.
I'm still disturbed by that.
Terrible sound. Yeah. And do you notice how bad the sound mixing is in that too? Like the clunking and clattering is as loud as her voice. Like, I guess
Well, that's because the murderer doesn't want to be in that scene.
My murderer does not want to be in that scene, and he does his usual terrible job. You know what? That episode fell apart like origami chicken. We'll be back on Tuesday. I'm going to have our guest, Theta of the Grid. It's going to be fun to see all of you then. We love you all. And until then, thank you for so many generous likes and for a great show. You have absolutely earned your chance to see Sydney Sweeney do a little dance to you. But first, because I forgot to play at the beginning of the show, let's have Linda Park.
Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen, and she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Thank you, Linda. And you can leave us comments after the show if you're listening later and your likes still count. We love you all. And here's Sydney Sweeney. Bye, guys. Can I finish?